My name's Paul Cook from Planet, and I welcome you to the Strong Voices Conference 2015. We're here live at Gateshead on the 6th of March. It's a beautiful sunny day outside where we are, and I hope the sun is shining on you as well. So today is all about looking at, it's about disadvantaged and vulnerable young people and how they can access arts and culture. But it's more than that. It's about accessing arts and culture that is really meaningful. Rather than just a token, a tick box exercise, we really want to find out what experiences have been over the past couple of years of the organisations that have been involved in this project. Now, it is a consortium. It's come together, and it is called Strong Voices. And basically, it comprises 5 organisations, and those 5 are just to my side here. We have the Sage Gateshead from where we're coming. We also have Cape UK, Curious Minds, A New Direction, and Artswork. And I really hope that I haven't forgotten any, but I don't think I have. And they've all been working. They've been doing a number of projects across each other, across different organisations, in addition to their own day job. So in addition to what they normally do, they've also been doing this work as well. So what we'd like to do, it's an event where we've got people coming into the building right now. They're going to be our live on-site audience. So we've got you at home, in your office, on the road, on the train, maybe out in a park having a jog, and you are streaming. You are basically joining us through the web stream that's going on right now. So what we want you to do is to basically join us. Get involved, get engaged. It's really simple to get engaged. You just use the hashtag. It's hashtag Strong Voices 15. I'm just double checking because I'd hate to give you the wrong hashtag. That wouldn't be any good at all. So hashtag Strong Voices 15, and you can use that on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and that basically means that all the tweets will come to us and we'll be able to have your voice in this arena as well, which is very appropriate being that we are being called Strong Voices. So it's all about the work that we're doing with disadvantaged and vulnerable young people. We understand arts and culture make a huge difference to people and the opportunities they have, and we're really investigating in some depth just exactly what that means and what some of the research has shown over the past couple of years. I can tell you from being at the previous meetings in preparation for this, just how much work has gone in, and the real energy, the vibe, the real sharing of knowledge that's been going on for that period of time. It really is something quite special, and I think we're set for a beautiful next 6 hours. Now, I know that you might have to go off, you might have to do other things, you might have to attend if somebody rings the doorbell, and you might have to go and answer the postman. You might have to feed your dog or feed your cat or any of those kind of things. So you might be interrupted by your boss at work, or you might be the boss at work that needs to go to another meeting. Well, it doesn't actually matter, because what's going to happen is we want you to be interactive today. But if you do have to step out, then all of these sessions, they are being recorded. They will be available on demand. And that does mean that you will be able to replay them or see them for the first time as many times as you like. There really isn't any problem with that whatsoever. And that's a great asset to what we're doing today. So do join us. What I'd like to do, actually, I know that Cass Bradar has already sent in a tweet. Thank you very much, Cass. And you said to us that you're really looking forward to your first online conference, and so are we. We're really looking forward to this way of combining both you with the live guys that we've got here. So welcome. We want other people to tweet in as well. And we're also already getting some great pictures of some of the arts that have been, some of the project work that's already been done. So do share it. And if you want to send your colleagues to join us on the web stream, then it's really simple. There's a straightforward web address. It's http the colon, 2 dots, the 2 forward slashes, and then bit.ly, and then another slash svnc 2015. But you can always just copy and paste the link of what you're looking at and send that by email to to other people to get them involved. So we really do want your interaction. There's a number of exercises that we've come up with that will involve you directly as well. So don't be shy, don't be retiring, just, join us, because that will make this a much richer experience for everybody. So what I'd like you to do right now is tell us, you know where we are. We're right here at the Sage in Gateshead, which is about 3 hours by train away from London. It's about 3 hours away from Liverpool, and we're just probably 2 hours away from, I'd say, Edinburgh by train. So that's where we are. And if you're outside of the UK, just to give you an idea, we are in the north of England, and we're just below Scotland. I think it's that simple. So tell me where you are. Don't be shy. Tell us where you are, and tell us also what you're really looking forward to today. Because underneath where you can see me right now, there is a program. Underneath that, there is the program. You'll be able to see what's going on. And if you want a fuller program, just to look to the right-hand side of your screen, and you'll be able to see a full program link that you can go, and you'll be able to see other case studies, other information that we've got on there, and also underneath that box, there is a whole section where we are capturing your tweets, so you can see what's going on. So do participate, and I believe there's also a chat item that you can just feed into there. So tell us where you're from. Tell us what on that program is really inspiring you. What are you looking forward to? And why have you actually joined us? That's what I'd really like to know as well. So, welcome to you, but do tell us where you're coming from and what you're doing. So. There's a bit of ambient noise. I'm sure it's being picked up somewhere along the way, but that's just because the room to my right is packing pretty much, and so they're meeting new people, they're coming along, they're saying hello, they're getting excited about the day, and we want you to be excited as well. There's been a lot of effort that's gone into today, so we really want you to maximize that opportunity, and so. Please do join us for that. When I see that there's going to be somebody on the stage, then I will pass over to them. But I can't see that right now. But I think that we're fairly close to the first speaker, so we've got about a minute. So what I'm going to do is allow you to have a little rest from all of that information, but the hashtag #StrongVoices15, which is the key tag to use for the whole day, and do basically stay with us. And now the room is going quiet, so I'm going to pass back to the web streamer man that's looking after you, Oscar, and he's going to flick a switch and you'll see a picture of the main room.
Hello everyone, it's lovely to see you all in this room on such a sunny, lovely morning in Gateshead. I'm Geri Burden, I'm Chief Executive of Curious Minds, and 2 years ago I was working with other colleagues in 5 other bridge organisations to pull together an application to the Community Voluntary Sector Funding Pot from the DFE to deliver a programme that we called, back then, Strong Voices. And hey-ho, here we have this wonderful brand, and 2 years later, we've done some wonderful, meaningful, impactful work that we're delighted to be able to share with you all today. It's fantastic that so many people have managed to make it here in this room today. So I welcome you and thank you for taking an interest in what we think is a really important area of work. Welcome also to the online audience. I don't know if I'm supposed to look directly at the camera, or I feel a bit like I'm subject to live television, so let's hope I don't say anything wrong. It's my job today to just do the housekeeping bits. I'll be chairing the day, so you'll be hearing from me throughout the day. So a few housekeeping notes, so I'm going to refer to a list so I don't miss anything. Do excuse me. Please switch all mobile phones onto silent, but do keep them on because we do want you to tweet throughout the day. The more that you tweet, the more that we can grow the online audience. So it's especially important today. I've got to point to the Wi-Fi details. Please do use the hashtag and continue to use the hashtag beyond the conference, particularly when you're talking about work or impacts to do with working with the most disadvantaged and vulnerable young people, which I'm sure all of you do on a day-to-day basis. If anybody has any questions, be it about the actual conference or about the venue, please find somebody with either a red badge or a coloured badge. They're the people that can help you. There are a number of young people in the room today. Those young people have been involved at some stage in the Strong Voices programme, so they've been warned that people will want to talk to them about their experience, so do feel free to go and talk to young people. We're going to have a debate later this afternoon. I always think these conferences become much more powerful when the voice is handed over to delegates. So we're going to spend a good deal of time this afternoon exploring some specific questions with yourselves, but we need those questions to be given to us, and there are question boxes. I should know where they are at the back of the room. So if throughout the day you think of something that is a burning question, a point that you would like to make or talk about with other people, please do fill in one of the forms and put the question in the box. Catherine and I will be going through the questions and selecting a number of them to form the debate this afternoon. So that's really important that we get some questions to choose from. I'm now going to introduce Paul, who's chairing the online debate today. He's going to explain how the online audience is going to be able to engage with us here in the room. Paul.
Okay, my name is Paul Cook, my company is Planet, and basically what I'm doing today is connecting you guys with the people that we can't see. We know they're there, we've got all the cameras, all the web streaming is going on right now, but what we want to do is we wanted to integrate some of the activities so that we would benefit from other people's input that are not just in this room as well, so that we could harness that and add to the experience overall. So in order to do that, there's just a couple of things I'd like you to be able to do, which is when you've got something to say and you need a microphone to come to you, do please wait for it. I'm sure that you've got deep voices and you can project, but if you project in this room, it won't be picked up by the microphones at the back. So we really need you just to hold on until you've got to that point where you've got the microphone, and then the online people will be able to hear you as well, which will make for an even better experience for all. Now, my little studio is just over the back there. We've got the Strong Voices logo, we've got all of the partner organisations on there, and every so often what we'll be doing is we'll be interviewing some people about their experiences along the way, interviewing some of the presenters, and sometimes what will happen is that you might see me with a microphone and I will just be talking away as I'm talking to myself, but I won't be, because I'll be talking to the online guys. And basically you won't hear that because there'll be other things going on, so don't worry about it. The only way that you will be caught in shot is if you walk directly to the back of the room, but you're not likely to be doing that. So unless you're coming over to be with me, then you'll be out of that particular shot. But you will be in other shots as we go through the days. So that's basically it. Just wait for the microphone. There is a little time delay on getting things to the online audience as well. So what we need to do is just allow them to catch up when we do some of the voting a bit later on. But I'm merely connecting the two audiences. Thank you, Darren.
Thank you, Paul. I'm really excited about all of the online stuff. It's the first time that I think any of the Bridge organisations involved have engaged in this kind of conference. And because we cover the whole of England, I think it's something we'll be doing more and more of if it works. I'm sure it will. I have absolute confidence. It just leaves me now to introduce a really valued colleague of mine, and the rest of the Bridge organisations will be very sad that Catherine won't be as involved in the Bridge network as she has been. She has been truly inspirational. I'm reading from a piece of paper what somebody else has said about Catherine, and they've described her as an inspiring cultural activist. I would absolutely second that. She has inspired me. We've just been discussing how much she's inspired me. Catherine is the kind of person I want to be when I grow up. She combines vision with strategic insights, and that's absolutely the key here. So Catherine's going to provide us with an engaging, energising session, keynote speech, to really introduce the conference and set the context for the day. So Catherine Zezerson, Director of Learning and Participation here at the Sage Gateshead.
Everybody who's in this room is here because you are inspiring. So I don't have a monopoly on inspiration. We are all inspiring because we have the opportunity and the motivation to work together to make transformational things happen. And I think inspiration is it's like air. We breathe it in and we breathe it out, and it is transformed as it passes through us. So any inspiration that I may afford to you is because of the inspiration that you or your actions affords to me. It's a completely collective process, I think, the process of inspiration. So it is my pleasure to be here. The Strong Voices programme was developed as a partnership between 5 of the Bridge organisations. And Bridge organisations, for those of you who are not familiar with the term, are organisations supported by Arts Council England to connect young people across the country with great arts and culture in a variety of ways. And there are 10 organisations dealing with the whole of the country, 1 in each of 8 English regions and 2 in the southeast. And Bridge organisations were running for 3 years. In their first phase, they've now been re-energised and re-supported by Arts Council for another 3 years. They encompass many diverse practices, many diverse ways in which young people can engage in arts and culture. And in each region, they have different characters and different partnerships. So if it's a network you're not yet familiar with, I suggest you become familiar with it, because it will be empowering for you in your work, wherever you are. We decided to bid for the money that Derry talked about, because we felt that in our work of engaging young people in arts and culture, we could see that there are particular groups of young people in particular situations for whom that connection and access is more difficult. It may be more difficult for reasons of personal circumstance, it may be more difficult for reasons of structure or community or social position or whatever it might be, that there are barriers to engagement that we really wanted to look at. And also that oftentimes, the people who had least access to opportunity might be people who would really benefit from that opportunity for very particular reasons. So it's a kind of double negative if those young people aren't able to get involved and access opportunities. So when we saw the opportunity to pitch for this funding, we thought it'd be a great way to work together, to build knowledge across the country, to look at what can we do to bring together the arts and cultural sector with all of the different bodies and organisations that support young people to grow and develop, to make really precise interventions and really investigate very particular questions about engagement and access and opportunity for the benefit of the wider sector. 2 years is not a long time, and we didn't expect that in 2 years we'd be able to answer all the questions that we might ask. In fact, in 2 years, we can't even generate all the questions that there are to be asked. But what we felt we could do in 2 years was just investigate enough to open up new doors and new windows of insight for practitioners and for young people about ways in which engaging with arts and culture can transform lives, and also ways of removing the barriers to that kind of engagement. So diversity is a strength of Strong Voices, just as it's a strength of the Bridge network. So in each of the 5 partner areas, you can see our logos there: Sage Gateshead, Curious Minds, Cape UK, and New Direction and Arts Work, covering the north of the country. So we've got Northwest, Yorkshire and Northeast, and then London and part of the Southeast. So in each of our areas, we've been exploring different particular questions, and throughout the day today, you'll be able to hear very particular and detailed narratives about those questions. So in some cases, we've been exploring work with young people who have special educational needs and disabilities. In some situations, we've been working with young people who may be looked after. We've been working with young people not in employment, education and training. We've come to meet young people from different contexts. Sometimes we've been working in partner organisations and settings that are places of exploration and security for young people. Sometimes we've been helping organisations to meet and reach young people in order to involve them in their programmes. So it's an extremely diverse. What you can see behind me, I think, expresses some of that diversity. These are images from across the whole of the Strong Voices programme that give you a sense of the range. Young people have worked with music theatre, music production, dance, animation, ceramics, photography, music, film, light graffiti, radio, visual arts, textile, sculpture and forum theatre, and probably more that isn't on my list. They have engaged in those art forms through a variety of different practice and project models that you'll hear about. They've also achieved accredited outcomes like Arts Award, Duke of Edinburgh Award, Leeds Youth Awards, AQA Introduction to Volunteering. The work has supported GCSE work, and to underpin that, we've created a programme of CPD and training for practitioners to try and build a knowledge base and a confidence about how to support young people from different situations to engage effectively in the arts. We've involved many different cultural institutions, the Yorkshire Sculpture Park, the Barbican, the London Palladium, the Royal Navy Museum, Chinese Centre for Contemporary Art, the Sage Gateshead, a real diverse partnership of organisations. I think one of the most important insights from the programme has been that it is often more challenging than we would expect it to be, to enable a cultural organisation, a youth work or social support partner, and young people to work together to co-construct whatever a process, a project or a programme might be to meet the needs of those young people. And this is a subset of exploration that is really the business of the bridges. The business of the bridges is to how to make those better connections. So what we've done is really try and look at a very particular subset of partnerships and processes and think, how do we do those better and what learning can we take from this process? And when I was thinking about how to set you up for a day of learning and exploration, and I was considering what are the most important insights, I read through all of our quarterly reports. So that's 7 quarterly reports we've done for the Department for Education and a whole range of case studies. And what really got me was 3 key things, which I'm afraid they do all start with the same letter, so it is a bit of a cheesy alliteration, but it kind of worked for me, which was about connection, collaboration, and creativity. And what I could see in all of the stories was very distinctive and characteristic illustrations of what it's like to connect and what it's like to collaborate and what it's like to create together. So if we start by thinking about connection, oftentimes what we discovered is that organisations didn't know about each other. It's the oldest trick in the book. First of all, you have to find out who's there and what's there. But it becomes more and more difficult in a landscape where organisations have often been decimated by public sector funding cuts, people have left, organisational knowledge is left, relationships have changed because the community has changed, the ecosystem in a place has changed. And so people don't know who's there and they don't know what's there and they don't know why the picture may have changed in a particular context. So youth work partners, social support partners and cultural partners don't necessarily see the opportunity that might be derived through connection. So one of the things that we've really looked at is what is needed in the landscape we're now in to regenerate that sense of importance of connection. Many people have been doing this kind of work for many years. The idea of creative arts projects that support young people or indeed people of any age to flourish and grow and work through particular challenges is not new. But what we found is that much of that great practice has either been locked down in a very particular kind of knowledge base, in a particular institution or vested in particular people, or was in an ecosystem that's been shattered in some way by the passage of time. So connection was a really important first part, reaching out, finding partners, recognizing that difficulties of communication are transitory. We can experience difficulties of communication as barriers, but really we can turn them into processes. The investigation of the difficulties teaches us things about one another, and it teaches us things about how to work together. It teaches us things about how to establish common purpose, recognizing common challenges. It's good partnership practice, but even more than that, it's good human practice. It's recognizing that if you're a youth worker who's been working for a long time in a particular community with a particular group of young people that you know extremely well, and you meet someone from a cultural organisation who's never worked in your community, doesn't know those young people really well, but has something very interesting to offer, that finding out what might be possible through that connection needs good human behaviour as much as it needs good professional behaviour. It's recognising that when someone says something about you and your work that you feel is disparaging, it probably isn't. They probably just don't understand. They probably don't know your language. They probably haven't worked in your environment, and they're probably making assumptions about what you do that are inaccurate. But nobody comes into a dialogue with the intention of alienating the person that they're trying to connect with. So before moving on to collaborate and create, the other 3 points of my stool, I would like you to connect with one another for a moment. So what I'd like you to do is talk to somebody next to you, and I'd like you to share an experience of connection in professional practice that comes to your mind, either because it felt really positive and effective and it has helped you with the work you're trying to do, or because it's difficult and why it might be difficult. And you can make a connection right here, right now, with that person with whom you're speaking. If you're online, what we'd love you to do is send us your examples of connection in your practice from the same perspective, things that have worked and things that haven't worked. So just take 2 minutes to do that right now. Okay, if you can't finish the story now, you can finish it in a break. So you're dipping your toe into the waters of connection. So the thing about connection is that it's dynamic, it's not static. As soon as you start making a connection with someone, or organizationally, as soon as you start making a connection with an organization, things begin to happen and you start to spin out from your original purpose and you start to explore different opportunities and possibilities, which leads us to collaboration. And I think collaboration, I was thinking about this from my experience as a musician. So as musicians, we collaborate a lot, and sometimes we collaborate with people for a long time, and then sometimes we're having to meet new people and immediately find a way of collaborating quite quickly. And I think there's something about a spectrum of risk and sacrifice in collaboration. So how does it feel to have to put forward the thing that you cherish and then realize that it's not going to remain exactly the same if you collaborate with someone on some particular purpose or project or process? And what do you have to give up in order to make the thing happen? And all of you are experienced partnership workers, I have no doubt of that, and you're all familiar with those core principles of identifying common purpose, understanding that to collaborate we do not need to agree about everything. Collaboration is a Venn diagram relationship in which we can identify things about ourselves and our purpose about which we're in full agreement, and then a whole range of things that we might not share, might not agree about, might not be interested in, and might not like. But it doesn't matter, because as long as we can agree to work together on the things that we've put in the center of the picture, the rest can just be respected. And that process of collaboration takes time, it takes space, it takes reflection. We built in an action research process, which my colleague Pat Cochrane from Cape UK will talk about later on. And that action research process was really about helping to put reflection into everybody's process, because to collaborate truly, you have to be able to navigate those challenges of risk and sacrifice, and you have to reach a depth of relationship that means that you can accept the changes that are going to happen, and you can accept the challenges to what you want that you inevitably have to adopt. That's true in organizational collaboration, and it's true in personal collaboration. And I think one of the things that's very interesting to me about Strong Voices is how we can see mirrored in the narratives about young people and the discoveries that young people have made through the program about themselves and about how they can work with others. We can see that narrative mirrored precisely in the discoveries that organizations and practitioners have made about their experience of collaboration and working with others. So learning is an iterative spiral. Young people involved in our program are no less wise or more wise than the professionals who implement the program. We just know different things, and we've had different experiences. So in collaborating to bring together in a democratic way that range of insights and experiences, we give ourselves this rich mix from which we can invent things. And that is something which I think needs continual reinforcement in a political climate in which we are driven by reason of particular funding frameworks to a slightly competitive, or in some cases perhaps a very competitive, way of relating to one another as institutions, as freelance practitioners, as sectors, education, arts, health. We're driven towards an idea that we're having to fight for resources, and we're driven therefore towards an idea that our way of addressing particular challenges or bringing about particular visions is a better way than the way of others. We're driven into a way of thinking that is binary and makes somebody wrong while we're right. And that mindset is very undermining to collaboration, because collaboration thrives on the excitement of discovering that somebody else's idea is really great and somebody else's way of doing something is challenging and transforming to our own organizational or personal practice. So what I think we've seen in Strong Voices is that there has been a lot of pressure on education, culture and youth sectors in the last 5 to 7 years in particular that has led to perhaps some of people's best intentions about collaboration not being able to come to fruition because it's difficult. And I think the inspiring insights from Strong Voices, as you'll hear later on, is that it's worth bothering. It is worth bothering to push through that hard part, because the results are extraordinary, and the release of pressure, it's such a relief to realize that you don't have to do it all yourself. And there are so many mission-driven and absolutely passionate people, young people, people who support young people, institutions and organizations who want to create a more just landscape in which everybody has access to the benefit of arts and culture. It's such a relief not to have to do it by yourselves. And we have some really nice quotes and narratives that describe that sense of relief and benefit, and just simple things about how much easier it is for people to do their work when people are working together. We have made far greater progress in the last 12 months and are now in a far stronger position to offer a quality programme of creative arts workshops and activities for young people than we would have ever been if we had had to develop this independently. It's so simple. And that's from HMS Warrior, which is not a place where, before this programme, there had been a tradition of either focus on young people who had challenges to access or working collaboratively. So in only 2 years, that transformational shift has been made in how they can collaborate. Create. So why bother with the arts and culture? So I'm not going to give a speech about why arts and culture are important. There are heaps and heaps of resources to support that. The Cultural Learning Alliance website is a great source of evidence, reports and research about the benefits of arts and culture. When the conference is over, we'll be writing to you and sending you information about where you can access all of our case studies and things. But self-actualization, making our mark in the world, knowing that we are who we are, is such a fundamental part of being able to be who we are and live fully the brilliant thing, the perfect person that we are. Realizing who we are is a very challenging thing if we've been told that we're wrong, if we've been told that we're stupid, if we've been told that we're bad, if we've not had the opportunity to find a language that works for us, because words don't work for everybody. The dominant language of our culture doesn't empower everybody equally. So what we can do through creative practice in the arts is we can release that power for people. We can release the power of the self through creativity by doing creativity together. And I would like us to conclude this morning's keynote experience with doing a bit of creating together. And I will be kind and gentle with you. I'm a musician, so the thing I'd like to invite you to do with me is make some music. If you're at home and you want to make some music by yourself, that's fantastic. If you would like to do something else, then my invitation to you is to write a short haiku, a 17-syllable poem, about your experience of the day so far, and then email it through to us. But the rest of us are going to do a little bit of singing. Are you ready for that? Yep. You okay? You up for that? Okay, we're going to sing a very, very short song. And actually, Derry gave me the cue. I wasn't sure what song to do. Derry said it's a beautiful day and the sun's shining. So we'll sing a song about it being a beautiful day and the sun's shining. So I'm going to sing you the little song, just as it is, and then we'll try and learn to sing it together. Great day and the sun is shining. Great day. The sun's gonna shine on everyone. So all you have to do is repeat after me. Great day, great day, great day and the sun is shining. Great day and the sun is shining. Great day. Great day, the sun's gonna shine on everyone. The sun's gonna shine on everyone. So could I invite you to sit up? You are your instrument. So you need to give your instrument the best possible chance of working. So if you could sit up, that would really, really help. And just be a bit relaxed in your chair. And look at me. That way, you're not aware of everybody else. Just look at me and smile. And if you're thinking, oh, I bet people are going to think I'm really stupid. Notice you're not thinking they're really stupid. That's really important, okay? So we'll just sing this together. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2. Great day, and the sun is shining. Great day. The sun's gonna shine on everyone again. Great day. Great day, and the sun is shining. Great day. The sun's gonna shine on everyone. Could I ask you to do it once more, and could I ask you to stand up? So if you're at home, especially if you're in your office and your colleagues don't know what you're doing, it would be great if you could just stand up and sing this at your computer. That'd be really exciting. 1. Oh, and if you want, feel free to beatbox, add bass lines, harmonize, or do anything that you might be moved to do. I might do that. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Great day. Great day, and the sun is shining. Great day. The sun's gonna shine on everyone again. Doom, doom, doom. Doom, great day, and the sun is shining. Doom, doom, doom. The sun's gonna shine on everyone. Have a great day, everybody. Now, I need to do some housekeeping stuff for you. My most important piece of housekeeping is talk to each other, please. That's the most useful thing you can do today, is connect, cook up a collaboration, and then create something. And if you do that, then we'll all be grand. So, you should know what workshop you're going to, because it should be on your badge. And the rooms are on your badges. And you ought to be able to go that way or that way to get to C2. Otherwise, you stay in here for the workshop that's in the Barber room. Is there anything else I need to tell anybody? I think that's it. These people will lead you to the session in C2. Have a lovely day, and I'll see you later.
Wow, so what an opening keynote from Catherine there. I mean, she had everybody, as you saw, in the audience, and they were all singing. They were singing at the end of the keynote. I mean, I think that's just brilliant. So I'd like to say a few hellos to a number of you. Sarah from the Blue Coat in Liverpool. Kathy Gabra from Wigmore Hall in London. And Loca Creatives in West Yorkshire. So thank you for joining and saying hello to us. Kathy Pixie as well. Thank you. A great comment. We loved your comment. Thanks, Strong Voices, for getting unheard voices heard more. So more, please. Kaz Brader, you'd like to be Catherine when she grows up too. So that's brilliant. But we've seen that you guys really. It's whilst we just get the room arranged for the next session that's coming up. Thank you for getting involved, and we hope that you are enjoying what you're seeing so far. There's a lot more to come. The very next session, we've got a bit of a double, treble, or even a quadruple act, because we got 3 or 4 presenters, and they're coming on. This is going to be streamed to you. It's a session on reaching out, and it's all about how well do you know the groups of young people that you're working with. Could you be working with more vulnerable young people? What barriers might they be facing? Who should you be working with to reach them? So we're going to be looking at all of those things, and we'll be looking at what needs to be in place for inclusive practice, focusing on partnership, young people as partners, as artists, progression and sustainability, and reflective practice. So there's a lot of reflective practice coming up in this one. There's a few videos as well, so there's a lot to keep you engaged. But if you have to step out, and if you can't make this session, then do look for it later on demand, because we will be All the sessions will be available next week. If you have questions, we've seen a number of questions coming in around collaboration, which is great. There's going to be a debate at the end of today, and so it'd be really cool to be able to put these questions in as part of that debate. So we hope you can join us later on to be part of that as well. So please keep the activity coming through. It makes all the difference. We're able to include you into this, which is absolutely fantastic. And I'm going to give you a short break now, because right now we're just going to hand over to the main stage again for the Reaching Out seminar.
Yeah? Cool. So I've been given the go-ahead to start. I don't know if I should wave to my mum in case she's watching online. Hi, Mum. So, in this session called Reaching Out, what we're going to do a little bit is start to unpack some of the terms that we've been working with as partners on the Strong Voices project. So looking at what disadvantage means, what vulnerable means in terms of young people, and start to think really about some of the ways that we as organisations have worked with that with our partners, and potentially it might also influence your practice as well. So, my name's Anthony. I work at A New Direction. My colleagues here are Judith from Artswork and Lara, who also works at A New Direction. And what we're really going to do in this session is think about how well we know the groups of young people that we work with as organisations, that you work with. Start to think a little bit about whether or not there are more young people that we could be working with that we don't necessarily always work with. To think a bit about unpacking some of the barriers that they might face, and the impact, again, that this has on working with them or them working with us. And finally, kind of reflecting a little bit yourselves on who you could be reaching out with, and you may be doing it already. There may be other people that you could be reaching out and doing more work with. So, very quickly, I'm going to run over the context. Judith is going to talk about the frameworks, and then Lara, Judith, and Helen from Juice Festival are going to talk about our key elements of best practice. So, kind of building on what Catherine was talking about, 3 things that we found out about that we think are really important in doing in kind of this kind of work with disadvantaged and vulnerable young people, and also giving people a bit of time to have some self-reflection, think about what all this means, and kind of take it all in. So there are some big things that kind of throughout the Strong Voices programme, and there are lots of arguments and conflicts that we've had as organisations, we've had with our partners that we've been speaking about, and one that always comes up is the intrinsic versus kind of the instrumental value of the arts, and the idea that the arts are good, people should do them because they're a good thing and they fulfil people is one argument, but there's also this kind of conflicting argument that says, you know, what's the value of it? How do you prove that? What impact does it have on people? And we kind of recognise that, and we're not going to go too deep into that, but hopefully that will come out through more debates in the day. We also know there's kind of a bit of an assumption that we're making, that we're saying some young people don't access arts and culture. Actually, we know that they do. Young people lead very creative lives, they do lots of things, but maybe there's a kind of not so much breadth to what they're doing, or maybe there's a lack of kind of work with other publicly funded organisations that is interesting to unpick. The last assumption as well, and kind of one that we are all here today are supposed to talk about or to think about, is that the assumption that the arts are actually good for disadvantaged and vulnerable young people. And we know actually there are lots of other programmes and projects and ways of working that can work with these kinds of young people. One of the ways that we've used to prove it in the programme in London has been looking at outcome stars for young people and measuring kind of the impact of our work with them. So we're able to kind of prove that actually doing arts projects with young people is a good thing. We're not going to have a massive amount of time to talk about that, but come and talk to us about it afterwards if you want to find out more. So I get to do the boring bits at the start as well, so I'll be finished very quickly. Basically, I'm going to talk through kind of 2 documents that have been really useful for us in thinking about the kinds of young people that we wanted to work with at the start of this project. The first one is Positive for Youth back in 2011, which is really kind of the government's vision for bringing together lots of different policy around and about young people. So really it kind of thinks about how businesses, the voluntary sector, lots of kind of different people can come together to support children and young people, and particularly with a focus on disadvantage. The other one that's a particularly exciting document, I find it quite exciting, is the Understanding Young People, and this is kind of the analysis from the longitudinal impact study of young people in England. And this document really looks at what disadvantage is, the kinds of kind of labels that are given to young people, and it makes a case really for how multiple disadvantages can be economically problematic and also socially problematic. It's well worth the read. It's very lengthy, but it's got a lot of interesting stuff in. It also actually informed kind of a lot of the ways and groups of young people that we wanted to work with. So, as an organisation, we have done, A New Direction has done a lot of research on our other programmes and as part of this programme that looks at the way that young people engage with arts and culture. And I'm going to go through a few key things to build up this picture of how it relates to disadvantage. So we know that young people's first memorable experience of cultural trips, so the kind of your first taste of it, your first thing that you really remember, either happens through school or happens through family. We know that it tends to be family in the higher social grades, looking at that kind of model, and that school plays a really important part for young people from with backgrounds in lower social grades, so lower socioeconomic grades. For us, this paints a really interesting picture of the role that school plays really in kind of levelling out cultural engagement, but also poses a question: if you're not really that engaged with school, or you're not that engaged with your family, who brokers that engagement for you in arts and culture? So we also know that young people from economically disadvantaged backgrounds take part less in things like theatre, drama, music, visits to art galleries, kind of the traditional cultural activities, I suppose. So again, this is looking at those different socioeconomic groups and who engages with what. So we know now that young people are engaging less with certain forms of arts and culture. I should mention that all of this research is up on our website, and I think if you're online, you'll be able to have a look at that as well through a link on the online portal. But for anyone else, go to the newdirection.org.uk website and take a look. The last one, and for me this is really, really interesting, and this is from our latest piece of research, is about disadvantaged and vulnerable young people's understanding of arts and culture. And this really, don't worry about taking it all in, but paints a picture that says that if you are disadvantaged and vulnerable, you have less language, less terms to describe what arts and culture is. So the more technically, economically advantaged young people were able to quite clearly describe what arts and culture meant to them, how it related to their lives. If you're not so advantaged, you don't quite know what it is and you don't have the terms to describe it, which is a really interesting problem for us. Oh, skipped ahead too far. So what I'm going to do now is, I've spoken a lot about kind of building up this picture of disadvantage and how that relates to the different young people that we probably all work with. And everyone kind of hopefully has got a bit of an idea about the big themes that are coming out of this. I'm going to pass over to Judith now, who's going to talk a little bit more about the practical things that we've done to address some of these challenges and things that hopefully will spark off other ideas in people's minds. Cool.
Right, thank you, Anthony. So that was a bit of background, a bit of theory, but now I'd like to sort of bring it to what do the young people actually look like and what are their lives? Some of you will have been working with those young people and be very clear about the sort of young people we've been working with, perhaps some of you less so. There's a handout coming out at the minute, and for those people online, there's a resources box on the right-hand side, and we've got some pen portraits that we've done of young people, which are typical of the young people who Strong Voices have been working with. They're not actual young people with real names. Safeguarding is really important to us, but they're very much indicative of young people who we all know. What I'd like you to do, when you get your piece of paper or when you've opened the link, is just to spend 2 minutes having a glance through those young people, seeing if you recognise some of them, and with a little bit of in the back of your mind about how you might engage those young people in the arts and culture that you're involved with. So that's just 2 minutes just to have a look at those young people in front of you.
And if you're online,
Okay, so we will be returning to those young people twice more during the presentation, so don't worry if you feel you want to read more about it. When we were planning this workshop, it was very apparent that to give myself a background. Is a model that's very prevalent in society, and it says that the young person is our problem. And it's often a model in which we seek to cure that young people's behaviour, or that young people's, how the young people are using the arts as the catalyst. So we say, well, we've got a young person, but actually it's quite difficult to involve them in our project because they don't read too well. So we'll put them on a reading programme, then they can come and join us. They're not in school, which is a bit of a shame because we do most of our work with school. But once we've got them into school, then it will be great. They can come and join our organisation. Or perhaps they're a young parent. Well, they're just the kind of young person we want to reach, but we don't have a creche. So if the young person would like to put their child into childcare, then they'll be really welcome and they can pop along. So really, in that model, it's the young person who needs to change, and then we'll be right there ready to welcome them, and they can join in. And that, as I say, originally came from working with disabled people, and that's how they often perceive the world, that once they've stopped being disabled, they can join in the rest of us. However, in the social model, we turn it on its head, and we say, no, it's not the problem of the young person, actually. Society's the problem. It's our problem that we don't have a creche for that young person's baby. Does it matter if a young person swears in a museum? Whose problem is that? Young people find it difficult to travel to get to us. So why are we not travelling to get to them? Why are we not laying on transport? If they have no money to get here, well, that's not their problem, that's our problem. So it's very much about trying to think about how we address those barriers and what those barriers are for the young people. And it's about us changing those barriers around and changing it on its head. So with those thoughts in your head, and that changing it round, that the barriers are your problem, not the young person's, I'd like you to revisit the young people that you've now got on a piece of paper, or maybe a real young person who you know and have worked with. And I'd like you to turn to your neighbour, or neighbours if there's a threesome in a front row there. And maybe if you're working online, just to think yourself again. And we're going to spend about 5 minutes with your neighbours and saying how you might change your approach, and to look at those young people to say what the barriers of maybe one or two of those young people, just choose, you're not going to go through all of them, but to choose a young person from that sheet, maybe one you haven't worked with, and look at how you might change your approach to work with that young person. Okay? Sorry? Yes, sorry. There we go. So there's the questions online now. Thank you.
So, okay, so the exercise on that one is to the right of your viewing screen, just below the main program, below the full program. There is a little thing there called pen portraits. That's what we're talking about right now. This is the second reflection exercise, and it's basically for you to think about whether or not the work that Judith has just been talking about and the ideas that she's put forward have been changed from your earlier assessment on a reflection. So maybe there are people that aren't on that pen portraits that you know, but you recognise there might be different ways of approaching them. But just have a think. We've got the room here. It's basically it's awash with a bit of conversation. I know it's harder when you're by yourself online. With that in mind, I'm just reaching down here. Very rude of me, of course. But I do know that there are people that we just want to say a few hellos to. We got Glenn Maskell, who was singing along at home, and he even played the pots and pans with wooden spoon. So Glenn, I take my hat off to you for that. Nick Howe says collaboration can be tiring but mutual. And Bristol Academy of Live Performing Arts, you've just joined us online, so great to see you. So we've got a number of people that are joining us. It's great that you are joining us as well. There is a real buzz in this room. The exercise is underway, so I'm going to stop talking for a moment, and then we're just going to give you a little shot of the room so that we're ready for the next part from Lara, I believe. I don't think at home they're going to be reflecting that much, so... No. Is that mic on as well? Right, okay. So what we're going to do, we're just going to do a little interview with Anthony. What was that model that Catherine was talking about?
Do I need to look into this?
No.
The social model of disability. And what we've used is we've looked at that in relation to culture.
Okay, so come in a little closer.
Should I stand?
Yeah, that's fine. So just whilst the hubbub in the room's going on, I thought I'd grab Anthony and ask him a little bit more about the model that Judith was talking about. Can you tell us a bit more about this model and what you found from it?
Yeah, great. So the social model of disability is something that we looked at. When we were starting our Strong Voices program, we were really aware that we could be kind of problematizing young people. And one of the things that we wanted to do was look at it less so in terms of young people aren't doing arts and culture, they're not engaging. And really, we use the social model of disability, which looks at saying it's society's problem, not the individual's problem, and related that back to culture. So on our website, actually, there's a bit of a more detailed explanation of this. But essentially what it does is says cultural organisations think about what you can change to better meet the needs of more young people that you may not necessarily be working with. So, really, are you being as inclusive as you possibly could be, particularly if you're a publicly funded organisation? So for us, really, it just, instead of problematising those young people and saying they don't engage, what we started to do was talk about organisations, cultural organisations that had traditionally excluded young people from taking part in arts and culture.
So, Anthony, if people want to find out more information about this, where can they write to you, or what's the best place for our people to go to?
Yeah, so I'd say have a look on the A New Direction website. If you Google, if you put into the search bar the social model of disability, it will come up as one of the blog posts. I think also what we can do after the conference is make sure it's sent out and all the information to everyone, but that's probably the best first step, to have a look at it.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much, Anthony.
Cool. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you just to keep tweeting in. The hashtag is behind me. I have to keep looking because I want to get it right. It's Strong Voices 15. So keep talking to us, and we're back to the room right now. Thank you very much.
They're always so much more interesting than the person out the front. Because people always say when they come to conferences, what was the best bit? Oh, it's the networking. But hey. So I hope you did find that interesting and that was useful. So to come back to Strong Voices and the programme and what's actually been happening. It's been happening, as you know, across the 5 regions. And in each of those 5 regions, we've been working with very diverse groups and a number of groups. Those groups have all had labels on the whole, I think. At the moment you start working with disadvantaged and vulnerable young people, that in itself is a label. I hate the label, personally. Who the heck wants to be labelled as a disadvantaged young person or a vulnerable young person? These are some of the groups and some of the labels that we've worked with nationally. There have been more, so I apologise if I've left out the very group that you're here to represent. Some of those, I'm not going to read through the whole list, it's there, and as I say, it's not an inclusive list, there are other young people. But what's important to note is that some of our young people are on more than one of those categories. Some of our young parents are also homeless young people. Some of our disabled young people go to local authority youth services. They might be care leavers. And in an increasingly fragmented world of targeted services, if services are targeted at groups, if young people are in multiple groups, there's a big chance that they're even more missed out and that they're not catered for in that targeted service. And I think that's a really important thing, that we need to be looking at who those young people are and what their needs are and how we as organisations reach them. So then that brings us to what today is about. It's about disseminating the best practice and the lessons we've really learnt from the Strong Voices programme. We chose 3 elements of best practice to talk about today in our Reaching Out seminar. Those are authenticity, partnership, vision and journey. And it's interesting that they were all things that mattered to all of us. And talking to other people on other programmes too, nationally, that they're things that resonate with all the groups. So I'm just going to talk a bit first about authenticity. And authenticity, that's about young people as artists. Yes, in order to engage a group with the programme, they needed to be defined as disadvantaged. That was where the money had to go. But for me, as the programme coordinator in the South East, the moment they'd been identified, then I needed to lose that label. That label slightly became irrelevant when it came to the programme and actually what those young people did, because they became young people as artists. And the fact that, for the group I'm going to talk about now, that they happen to have autism was almost irrelevant. We worked down in Portsmouth with Portsmouth Autism Support Network. We started with a very short taster workshop in the first summer on photography. We then, in year 1, did an animation project when 10 young people got their Bronze Arts Award making an animation. For year 2, we wanted to go on and do something in depth, so that because some of those young people really wanted to do their Silver Arts Award. So what we did was introduce them to Royal Armouries and Fort Nelson, which is a Napoleonic fort on the hill above Portsmouth that has an amazing collection of artillery, and it also has a fabulous building with lots of tunnels and very exciting places. We introduced them to artists called Butterfly FX, who do light graffiti and work with photography, so it built on the animation from the year before. The young people were then able to explore the artefacts at the museum in depth with the learning team there. They were able to explore the technology. They were young people who were very comfortable with technology. It was going out and meeting people that they were really uncomfortable with, so actually the technology really helped because it helped them in their comfort zone, and to learn about Photoshop was really what they wanted. They were less keen about coming out to a public space. They then created the images that are displayed and that are around today, well, in fact, a lot more images now, obviously, and those have been put into a film, which is available online, and we're going to see a very short piece of in a minute. They also curated an exhibition of those images, which took place at Royal Armouries over the February half-term. 5,500 people visited Royal Armouries at Portsmouth during that time, and the visitors' book is amazing about the engagement and how very small children, in fact, engage with the images, and the feedback was fantastic. So it's been an amazing project for the young people. Royal Armouries have been really excited because they feel it's been a way of engaging people who are not passionate about artillery, and there may be people in this room who think going to a museum just to look at artillery is maybe not their idea of a great day out. But the curator, it's not just the curator of Royal Armouries said that, I'm quoting him, it's a way of looking at something in a new light and putting their spin on it. So we're now going to have a look at the Light Fever video, which is going to start any minute now. Thank you.
The voice of the guns. We are the guns, and your masters. Saw ye our flashes? Heard ye the scream of our shells in the night, and the shuddering crashes?
Soldier! Explosion!
Saw ye our work by the roadside? The shrouded things lying, moaning to God that he made them, the maimed and the dying, husbands or sons, fathers or lovers. We break them. We are the guns.
Thank you. I should also say that they made all of that soundtrack themselves with a local artist, and that the poem that they used is a poem that's hung in the museum in the gallery, and it's a First World War poet. And what's been very lovely is that because we had to seek permission for the poetry to be used publicly, then the grandson of the poet who holds the copyright is going to come down and meet the young people because he's so pleased that they're using his grandfather's poem. So it's had a real knock-on effect from that. So our next key point that we'd like to talk about is partnership, and I'd like to welcome Helen Ferguson, who's from Juice Festival, and we've already seen some lovely images from Juice Festival during Catherine's speech. There we go.
Thanks.
Thanks, Nico.
Hi everyone. As we've just said, you might have seen some of the images earlier on the PowerPoint of the project I'm going to talk about today, and there are also some more outside in the foyer just to give you a better idea of what it was all about, because the images tell the story really well. I just wanted to give a little bit of context about where I'm from first, especially for those people who maybe aren't based in the region and don't know about Juice Festival. Juice Festival is Newcastle Gateshead's festival for children and young people. The public element of the festival takes place across half term in October, but we work on projects pretty much all year round. And Juice Festival is based on a partnership model. So we work in partnership with organisations and venues across Newcastle Gateshead. And we also work with schools, which is what I'm going to talk about today. And the project I'm going to talk about today So we have 5 partner schools that have been on board for 2 years now, and one of those is the Cedars Academy, and a lot of their pupils and teachers were in the lovely photographs that were up earlier. Juice Festival works in partnerships with these schools and builds programmes of activity with them to engage in that. Some run alongside the festival, some are directly involved in the public element, but it's all very sort of flexible and organic how it comes about. And we work with people of all different ages, 0 to sort of early adult really, and many, many different art forms. So I'll explain a bit about the project that I want to tell you about today first, and then I'm just going to tell you a bit about some things we've learned and the kind of journey we went on through it. So the project was with the Cedars Academy, who were a special educational needs and disability school in Gateshead, and the Lawnmowers Theatre Company in partnership with Juice Festival. And it was designed so that the practitioners from Lawnmowers, one was a music percussion-based practitioner and the other was a drama mask clowning practitioner, were to work with pupils from Cedars Academy to create their own bespoke pieces of artwork, so to create a performance, so to compose some music and perform that and conduct it, and also to create a mask and clowning performance, which was really brilliant and hilarious. In terms of the journey of that, and I've been asked today to focus a bit more on partnerships, so I kind of thought about what each partner brought to the process, and I thought the easiest way to talk about that would just be to talk through the project and what happened and who brought what. So really it all started with the school looking for provision, looking for artistic provision. A lot of their provision in the past had been music and visual arts, so they were really looking for more dance and drama. They'd had quite a bad experience with drama in the past and were a little bit uneasy with it and didn't really want to do it, but they were looking to do their arts mark. They'd joined up as a Juice partner school, so they knew that they wanted to increase their provision across all art forms. So it started with the school bringing their kind of knowledge of their students, their pupils. It's really simple. They described the experience they'd had in the past with drama, and they described why they didn't like that. I think it was stand at the side of the stage, walk on, stand there and say it like this kind of experience. But again, as Catherine mentioned earlier, that was what they knew, and through various different reasons that they hadn't known where else to look. So Juice stepped in, and our role really was to sort of broker those partnerships, to think creatively about how we could bring all those partners together to really enhance what they were doing within their art provision in school. So we brought up the Lawnmowers Theatre Company, and again, they kind of knew who Lawnmowers were, but they were a bit uneasy about working with them and they weren't sure. And similarly, Lawnmowers had tried to get into the school before and tried to do activity, but it just hadn't really come about. So we, really, it all started with conversations. We talked to the school, we talked through all of the different things, we talked through why we thought Lawnmowers would be great to work with, and it all started with, in year 1, with taster workshops. From those taster workshops, then we brought in the most important partners in all this, which were the young people. And they'd had those experiences, it had gone really well, and they picked the practitioners that they liked the best, that they had the connection with. Again, going back to what Catherine was saying, it's not just about connection in terms of our networks and our partnerships, but connection between those young people and the people they're working with. That creative connection had happened. So they identified those 2 practitioners that they really wanted to work with to create their own piece. We then collaborated with the artists involved. We talked to them about what we wanted to achieve from the project. We wanted a showcase at the end. We wanted the young people to be able to show their own performance at the end. So those artists, their sort of specialist skill, or just the way they work actually, just their approach, it's not specialist at all, it's just their creative approach that worked in that context. They brought that, and we were able to discuss what we'd discuss with the teachers and bring everyone together to decide what the approach was going to look like. Within that, there were practicalities like where should we hold the sessions, and it was really great because in the taster workshops they were more keen to have them in school because the needs of their students, they felt like they would have a better experience that way and they would be able to engage better. But then we talked to the teachers and they said, no, we think it's time now that we can maybe do half and half, and we can have some sessions in school and some out at the Lawnmowers. So it was great to take those young people out to their venue into a professional context. Other things like the length of the sessions, it all sounds very, very simple, but they were all things that we needed to have conversations about to make sure that we got the best out of it. And also the kind of showcase opportunity. So that's where Juice came in terms of our kind of priorities, and what we wanted to get from it was we wanted an output in our festival. So we had, in the week before Juice Festival, we had our schools week where a lot of our schools performed in different showcase opportunities or displayed work or launched work. And we were then able to bring our expertise and go, why don't we create a showcase that looks like this? So practically in the end, it's what you saw on the screen. It was in school. We invited the wider school community in to see what we did and what the young people had created, and they performed to their teachers, wider school staff, grown-ups, other peers, other pupils from the school. And we kind of tailored that all together. So the school, Juice and the artists all brought their input in to make sure that it was a suitable kind of atmosphere for that showcase. So you saw Paddy on the screen. He sort of facilitates the performance, and if anyone's ever seen any of Paddy's work before, they'll understand. It's very inclusive, and it's not stand there, walk on and say it like that. It just kind of happens on the day, and whatever happens on the day, happens on the day, and Paddy kind of works through that with the young people. And similarly, Brendan, there was a moment where they performed a piece of music they composed, and one of the young people was conducting, and she decided that actually she wanted it to be really short on that day. So it was a kind of little micro piece of music, and Brendan went, okay, that's fine, if that's what you want, that's what we'll do. So that was really great. So I've talked a bit about kind of what the school brought, what the young people brought, the artists and Juice, and the practicalities of it. In terms of the outcomes, the teachers' insight into that was really brilliant, and they were able to kind of keep us on track, and they knew that what we were doing was working well. There were moments where particular pupils would get up or get involved, and that was a real surprise to the teachers, so we knew that what we were doing was developing the art form and developing engagement of those pupils. And I guess the most important thing I think from it was just time for that conversation and that dialogue, because we wouldn't have got there without giving time to that connection, to enable the collaboration to happen, to enable everything to work in the most successful way it could, to really be tailored to the needs of everyone involved. And in terms of legacy, really what we would love to see next is more sharing of that practice, more showcases for young people's work, and sharing with that wider school and public community. A lot of the parents and grown-ups who came along really wanted to get up and have a go afterwards, and we just didn't have time because it was the end of the school day and everyone had to go home. So next time I think we could make a whole day of it, and the parents could get up at the end and they could play on the glass orchestra and they could put a mask on and do a little clowning session with Paddy. So I think that's really what we'd like to see next. That's our project. Thank you for listening. I'm going to hand over to Lara now.
Hello. So I'm going to talk about our third case study, which is around establishing a vision and how you continually reassess that vision as you go on a journey. So I'm based in London at A New Direction, and we've formed a partnership with London Youth. So through London Youth, we worked with different youth clubs throughout the city to engage different vulnerable and disadvantaged young people. Our case study today is about the Avenues, who specialise in working with young people at risk of offending and who work quite closely with the Integrated Gangs Unit. So working with the Avenues, we talked about establishing a vision and what it was that they wanted to accomplish. They said that they wanted the young people to explore the daily politics of their lives, and they felt that forum theatre would be a good way of challenging them and getting them to work together and getting them to get team skills and leadership skills, and that was the vision that they wanted to follow. So we brought in a forum theatre organisation to work with the young people, but unfortunately there was no consistency. The young people were not always attending, there wasn't a core group, and therefore we weren't able to have the outcomes that they wanted to have. So what transpired was actually that the young people were attending dance-offs and had formed their own dance company at the centre, and were working with volunteers to do this. And in consultation with the young people, we actually established that what they really wanted to do was work with dance artists. So, as we heard from Helen earlier, the most important partners needed to be consulted in establishing that vision. And so the Youth Centre came together with the young people and established a new vision. And the vision was that they wanted to explore new dance moves. They wanted to work with crump and breakdancing and all sorts of different forms of dance. And so once we had established this with them, we had to find the right partners. And the young people really wanted to work with Breaking Convention, who are an international hip-hop festival and have fantastic dance artists across lots of different forms. So we were able to establish a partnership that reflected the vision that the young people were interested in. It offered high-quality opportunities. So they went to see a hip-hop dance festival and work with international artists. They got to work with the people who invented Crump. So they were enthused and dedicated from the get-go. It was like seeing a completely new group of young people. Because they had established what they wanted to do and had a voice in shaping it, they were completely committed. They came to every session, they were interested, and they were really pleased that they had this opportunity. They didn't feel like they had been harangued into something. So the tutors that they worked with were also extremely good role models, and this was something that the young people had felt that they wanted to see. They wanted to see artists who came from backgrounds like them, and it was important for their journey. So throughout the process, we did action research, as Catherine mentioned in the beginning, and it was a chance to continually reflect on what we were doing. Were we reaching our vision? Were the young people gaining the skills that the youth centre wanted them to? Did the young people feel like they were doing what it was that they had signed up to do? And this reflective process was really interesting. There were definitely hiccups along the way, so expectations from partners weren't always aligned. Those had to be looked at again and again, and we were constantly learning. But because we had a strong partnership and an aligned vision, and we had reliable senior management support, as well as on-the-ground youth workers that were continually talking to the young people, we were able to constantly come back to what we wanted our vision to be and whether we were successful in achieving it or not. And that was integral in the process. We were able to map where we had started and where we wanted to get to and the process that we went on to get there. So this led to a long-term partnership. They worked with Breaking Convention for over a year, and they actually supported the young people to set up their own dance company. That dance company of young people who were previously unengaged and actively sitting down to not participate in a session now performs all over London. They've been invited to other youth clubs to perform. They've been invited to a dance-off at Wembley. So they've really honed their skills as a company. And they know that they rely on each other. And they've gained life skills as well as dance skills, which is exactly what the youth centre wanted to offer them. They also performed at our second residential. We had a sharing event, and all of the staff and all of the young people were up on the chairs and up on the tables dancing, and everyone came in for a jam at the end. And these young people that previously hadn't wanted anything to do with anyone else felt so proud of what they were doing that they wanted to share it. And that was because they were a part of creating it. They had that ownership, and that was so integral to the vision and something that had actually possibly been overlooked at the beginning. So, moving on to what has been achieved, not just by this project, but looking at the 3 parts of best practice that we've talked about. So having a vision, for that program to be authentic and to have the right partners in place. Looking at those elements, we have some really tangible examples of how this has worked and made an impact in the work that we've done. So through our action research and also the outcome star monitoring that Anthony mentioned, we've been able to monitor the types of changes that have been achieved by implementing best practice. So I'm going to use the residential retreats that we went on as an example. So in the first year, it was all very rushed. We received the money, we had to create our partnerships, and we had to go, as often happens when you have a project. And we didn't have a lot of time to run outreach sessions with the young people. So they came and they were going to do different taster activities, try out new art forms, and see how that went. And whilst that was great for some young people who already had a vocabulary around the arts and a familiarity around it, other young people didn't necessarily feel safe to participate, and they weren't able to bring their best game to the table, essentially. They took part in some of the activities, but a lot of the time they didn't feel able to take part. And what we did for the second residential is that we had year-long partnerships where the young people got a chance to really know the art form, the artists they were working with, and obviously their youth workers and the group that they were participating with. They came to the residential ready to show everyone what they had been doing and to do a sharing event at the end. And they had established that a sharing event was really important to them and that they wanted to show off the skills that they had built. So by putting the 3 elements of best practice in place, we enabled the partnerships to last for a long period of time, the young people to feel proud of what they had done because it was an authentic engaging with the art form, and to have a vision that was established by the young people. So as I said, at the end of the residential, there was a fantastic energy, and everyone was involved, and people were sharing music videos, pieces of dance, pieces of theatre. It was all sorts of different art forms, and there was a real peer-to-peer learning from young people from all sorts of different walks of life and all sorts of different parts of London. They stated that they felt that their progression in creativity had grown, and the young people said that this was one of the best projects that they had ever participated in. There was overwhelmingly positive feedback from the partnerships and from the young people, as well as the residential centre. So we felt that that was a really tangible example of how putting those things in place helped us benefit. So enough of us talking. We've got a final activity for you. We're going to ask you to look at those 3 key pieces of best practice. So we want you to consider what your vision for working with vulnerable and disadvantaged young people is. And this can be as an organization, as an individual practitioner, or for a specific project. And you can look at one of your pen portraits for the group of young people, or consider a group that you currently work with. We want you to consider what your desired outcome is in working with these young people, what partnerships need to be in place, and how you can make it really authentic, whether that's through high-quality resources, or long enough sessions, or having the support workers in place that you need. So all of the things that can make a project authentic for a young person, what is that, and what do you need to put in place? So if you take a few minutes to think about it individually, have some reflection time, and then again, we'll ask you to turn to the person next to you when you're ready and have a conversation. Thank you. If you're online, please do this on your own. You can also contribute via Twitter. We can do a people part, but I think they will get there. Yeah, I'll sit down.
Reliability is key for providing artists as role models to. And I've also got Gina Harris says partnerships need time and lots of conversations.
Is this on?
Okay, so whilst everybody in the room here is doing their own exercise, I thought I'd bring Anthony back again because we're getting some comments. You've got some great comments coming through, and just to pick up on a couple, we've got Catherine Hayward, who says reliability is key for providing artists as role models to young people. We got Jean actually Hale says partnerships need time and lots of conversations. So Anthony, do you agree with both of those statements, or
Yeah,
what would you say to that?
Yeah, so actually the reliability is a really interesting one. We've been, particularly actually with the example that Lara was talking about with the avenues, what happened is they were working with an arts organisation that wasn't maybe necessarily, the arts organisation was great, but for those young people it wasn't necessarily the right kind of art form that they were interested in and didn't work for them. What happened is that we obviously found out that dance was a much bigger part, and young people were going off and doing dance outside of the programme that we were running. So, you know, through a kind of conversation with the managers at the youth club and through the team there, we flipped it and we said, you know what, not a problem, let's change it, let's make it work for the young people
Yeah.
that are involved.
Yeah.
And actually, we got Breaking Convention into the club, and they had two of their artists that came in and worked consistently with the young people every week. And they were there. It's really interesting. They were kind of there as role models, actually,
Right, okay.
the whole time. The young people that go to the avenues, or that maybe kind of are involved with the group, don't always, or have kind of quite flexible home lives. Some of the young people may not be at home all the time. They may not be living with family or parents. And actually, the artists that were working there became this kind of quite stable partner, I suppose, in the programme alongside the youth club, and they were working. It was quite funny on the second residential.
Yeah.
It was almost like a military drill.
Brilliant.
So
brilliant.
there were groups of young people outside. Doing push-ups and dripping with sweat outside, and that was really built up through this very kind of quite strong relationship between that group of young people and these two fantastic artists that they've been working with.
But I guess a lot of that started from the fact that they were listened to as this isn't quite working for us, or this isn't the path that we want to go down to. So can we actually change it? Can we make it better for us?
Yeah.
And that's really what you guys picked up on.
Yeah.
Because sometimes you get organisations and they get a little bit stuck. Either it's this way or there's no way.
Yeah.
But that doesn't really work in this environment, does it? I don't think.
I think it's interesting. We talk about having a conversation with the young people. Actually, we didn't really sort of go and sit down in a room and talk to them about it. It was more about realising what those young people were doing, how they were actually what they were actually doing in terms of their time, and they were kind of showing us what they weren't doing by voting with their feet. They weren't coming along to sessions and engaging. So, being able to just sort of work with the senior management at the youth club and with the arts organisation to say, you know what, this really isn't working. We don't have to push on with it and force this to happen.
No.
We'll end it, we'll change it, and we'll start something fresh that does work.
Do you have, you mentioned senior management. If they're not engaged, it's not really going to happen, I'd suggest. Well, maybe.
Yeah.
But any tips or tricks of how you get senior management really involved, and what's worked for you in the past, or what do you know of that's worked well for people?
I think it's really tricky because it's quite often it's not that necessarily senior management don't want to be involved or they don't care. There are lots of different things, and it's important to remember, I think, with projects in schools or in youth clubs or wherever, that there are a multitude of different things that are going on. And actually, one particular project or program may not be the most important part of that person's time. One of the things that we've been talking a lot about, and that Catherine sort of referenced this morning, is the idea of assuming best intent. So the idea that actually, although when you're communicating with someone, there might be a lot of barriers, and it might be really difficult to get your point across. Ultimately, it's about realising that you're both trying to do something purposeful and worthwhile, and you both want to do positive things for young people. Nobody kind of goes into education or youth work or the arts to kind of marginalise people or to push them out, really. So that idea of assuming best intent has been really key for us.
Brilliant, brilliant. So, excellent. I'm really grateful that all your tweets are coming down. We're saying hello to Leeds right now because Leeds were basically... they tweeted in and said hi, so we're saying hi back. And I think we're going to be going back to the main room in a moment. I can't quite tell. Do you think that people are ready to go again, or they're ready to go?
Yeah, I think they've got another 2 minutes.
Okay. So we're going to let you have a little more self-reflection at home, but keep sending your tweets in. The hashtag, I will remember it by the end of the time. It's Strong Voices 15. Just double check in, but it is there, and you can see all the partner organisations just to my side here that have been working so much on this Strong Voices project, which today is a bit sad, Anthony. I think today is almost a bit of a farewell of 2 years of hard work by 5 partner organisations. And I know we can't really say much more because we'll be going across, but you guys have done a tremendous amount of work, and I think that a number of people have really picked up on that. So there's a great buzz in this room. And there's a great buzz on our online audience, for you online as well. So thank you for being with us, and keep staying with us, please, because, keep sending your comments in. It makes the whole day even richer. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry to interrupt. We've got 5 minutes left, so we were just wondering if there were any people who wanted to share key things that they would change or interesting things that came up out of their conversations, just a chance to hear from other people in the room. And we've got 2 microphones, so if anybody has something they want to say, just put your hand up and we'll bring the microphone to you. Got someone here?
Hi, I'm just interested actually because I was just sharing here about, we started some work with young carers some years ago. I work for a local authority and we fund work with all sorts of different groups through arts organisations and develop all sorts of partnerships. And we got a certain way down the track in funding some work with young carers, and some learning came out of that, but for various reasons to do with all sorts of tedious things to do with cuts and so on, that work sort of suddenly stopped short. And I'm really interested to know how to pick up work with young carers again. If anybody's got any, I just don't feel we got enough learning out of it to know the effective ways of engaging young carers. So any experience of that, I'd be really interested to hear about.
In Portsmouth, we've also done quite a lot of work with young carers, and I would share your experience. It's really hard because of the intermittent nature, and for us it depended hugely on the partnership with the organisation, and we found it very difficult to get the Young Carers organisation on board. And frustratingly, the young people were saying they wanted to share stuff with other young carers, and nothing happened. Then we discovered they had a website they could have uploaded it to, and it just didn't happen. So I'm afraid I personally can't, but I would share your frustration, and I think it's work to do, and they're often a group that are missed out when we talk about disadvantaged young people. Has anybody else got experience of young? Yeah, Holly.
I'll just chip in actually really quickly because I think it comes back to we're going to have to shuffle around. I wouldn't normally like to talk on microphones like this, but it's why the shared vision element is kind of particularly important, because actually, we know there are lots of arts organisations that will go and will want to talk and will want to develop really excellent partnerships that's kind of centred around their artistic vision. And really, I think what we found is by having that shared vision. So, what's really unique and special about the kind of the offer that you're making to those people that do work with young people in care or care leavers, and really kind of not selling, but being able to really clearly articulate why culture is the important thing that will really improve outcomes for those young people, I think is quite important. And both being on the same level about it, both kind of respecting the expertise that each organisation has is really important.
Thanks. I just wanted to say that in the Northwest through Strong Voices, we've been working with Bernardo's on a specific project for young carers with the Duke's Theatre in Lancaster, and that's going great guns, and they've been having a fantastic time with, I think it's 3 separate young carers groups from across Lancashire, and they are coming together for a sharing event between the 3 groups at the end of March. So if you'd like to know more about that and how that partnership's been working, I know some vague details, but the best person to speak to would be Kelly, who's at the back, because she holds all the information for Strong Voices in the Northwest. But yeah, speak to Cal.
And for our online audience, that's Kelly at Curious Minds, who you can get in touch with. Were there any other points that came up from the conversations that people will be interested in sharing? We've just got a couple minutes left. Got someone here?
It's sort of a general insight or reflection that I have just from sitting and listening and hearing everything everyone has to say, and partly from what Judy said about the labels and struggling with like the terms disadvantaged and all the labels. It seems somehow necessary to engage in a conversation about these things, but also kind of sit uncomfortably sometimes. But just sitting here and reflecting, that there was something for me that came up about how it can seem like or feel like there's a group of people with ideas and vision and resources and a real desire to support, uplift, empower people who are disadvantaged or have seemingly less opportunities. But it just struck me that it's helpful for me to see it in the way that like there's a need to hear the stories or to hear the voices, and arts and creativity. One way of describing it could be, a way of giving people a voice or a way of sharing stories in a wider, more open language, and that there's actually a need. So it's not that necessarily people who have resources just want to, give something to people who are disadvantaged, but there's like somehow at this time for us in this world as humans, there's a need for us, whoever us is, like for me, to hear other people's stories and to hear. So there's a very real and practical seeing experience of the mutuality that occurs in any of this work, which is about providing opportunities. And so when we're talking about the need to justify the value of arts practice or of arts opportunity, somehow it's seen immediately and clearly for me in just that sense that those stories need to be heard, like there's a yearning for that, and yeah. That was just a reflection.
I was just going to say, the Warwick Commission report, which recently came out, talks about the importance of diversity. And obviously, diversity in the workforce is always a thing that's talked about, but actually, diversity for the arts sector and the voices that are heard within that and enabling those voices to be heard is so important. And I know we've only got 11 seconds left, so I'm just going to let you speak, because
We'll do one last question if anyone has anything
we've
else.
only got 10 seconds.
We can do it.
Okay.
Does anyone have a last question?
Sorry, nobody dare have the 11-second question.
We're in the red. So, going to go to our last slide. Oh, no. Here we go. So thank you very much for participating in this conversation with us. And that's the lens that we're looking at ourselves with. So we're here for the rest of the day. Please do speak to us if you want to. And I've got a couple of housekeeping notes for you. So just to remind you to be thinking about and submitting questions via the boxes ahead. So if there's anything that's come up that's really interesting and you want to continue talking about, write it down. And it will be involved in the panel debate if there's a lot of people that are interested in it as well. And lunch is now being served in the Hall 2 bar. Is that the right point? Yes, that way. So there'll be further seminar sessions afterwards, and they're all listed on your badge. So thank you very much for listening today. No drinking yet. Still a thing, so let's not talk about there.
I think we need to do another little one if we can. Can we do another one, or yeah? Okay. Are we good, Oscar? Okay, so whilst people are making their way down to lunch, the lunch break here, for you, it continues. We continue with a few interviews now that we've got lined up with various people that we're just going to find out about their experiences and really get underneath. We're going to dig a little bit underneath what's been going on with some of the projects that have been referenced or maybe not been referenced. So there's some new insights coming. But yeah, keep sending your tweets down because it's the way that we can communicate with you. I just saw a fantastic tweet. It was from somebody. Kelly Allen pointed it out, and it was basically somebody was tweeting to us from a bus. She's listening, strong voices coming loud and clear, or sorry, maybe it was a him, I don't know. But basically, somebody is on a bus right now, and they are listening to the strong voices, which is brilliant. So just to keep the things coming down, and I'm going to be joined I can see them tentatively waiting. They can come over, but I'll be introducing you in a couple of moments to my first interviewee. So we have a little microphone here, and we just have a nice little conversation. We're live with the with the people online.
Okay.
And I understand that you are Nicola Harding.
I am indeed, yeah, from my place in Rotherham. It was part of the YMCA White Rose.
Okay, so
Oh, yeah.
so yeah, we're just adjusting the sound levels at the moment here. Just there's a lot of ambient noise around, and we need to make sure that we communicate effectively with you guys. So our nice strong voice will come across in a moment. But your involvement with Strong Voices, can you tell us a little bit about how you come to be part of this amazing project?
Yeah, so my main role is I'm a youth worker.
Yeah.
I'm a youth arts development worker with the YMCA White Rose. I came to join the Strong Voices project in October 2013, so I've been involved for about 18 months.
Yeah.
My main role within the project has been to coordinate Strong Voices throughout Rotherham, which has involved partnership working with the local authorities youth service and other arts organisations as well. I've also been involved with the face-to-face delivery with young people of some of the projects. And some of the projects that we've done have been projects around World War I, the centenary.
Yeah.
Around Holocaust Memorial Day, celebrating diversity.
Yeah.
We've done some boys' work around Matthew Bourne's production of Swan Lake.
Okay, yeah.
Amongst others. We've done a lot.
Wow, it all sounds very diverse, that work. So, I mean, what do you think that your young people have got from taking part in those activities?
I think the main thing is that young people have got opportunities to take part in arts activities that they might not have had otherwise. So they've had opportunities to engage with practitioners from across the town and wider, who they might not have had the opportunity to work with or meet in other circumstances.
Right.
They've had the opportunity to progress. So not just through accreditation or apprenticeships, but actually maybe starting as a one-off session and then going on to doing longer-term projects, projects that have got maybe more meaning to them, that are more substantial, and and some have then progressed as well onto apprenticeships and that kind of thing. So.
Okay. And what, in amongst all of that activity, what's really what surprised you? Any big surprises that have come out?
I think the biggest surprise for me has been the really positive relationship that I've established with a network of arts practitioners, and the surprise has been because throughout the project it's been quite a challenge to actually engage with some of those practitioners and to establish those initial links and then keep getting a committed group.
Right.
But over the last maybe 5 months we've been really lucky, I suppose luck is the word, that we've established a really good network of practitioners who are in the arts sector but are really, really passionate about young people as well. And that's been brilliant.
So that was a surprise.
Yeah.
What's been challenges? Any challenges?
Well, like I said, that was one of the main challenges.
I
think establishing those initial connections with partners has been a real challenge, but also the balance between being a youth worker and being a coordinator of a project.
Right, okay.
It's been quite different for me. Managing a project from a strategic level, I'm used to leading youth sessions and working face to face with young people, so it's been a really good challenge. I think I've developed personally from it, and it's also given me a chance to change the way that our youth centre works as well, which has been brilliant. So.
Okay, no, it sounds very interesting, and I'm sure you get a lot out of it as well.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
You know, what advice would you give for arts organisations that are looking in right now that would potentially like to work with my place centres more closely? Any tips for them?
Yeah, I was having to think about this earlier on. I think one of the main things to take on board is that you need to be open-minded. So obviously a lot of artists and arts organisations are, but I think it's about being willing to work with young people, and especially those more disadvantaged young people or vulnerable young people that might be more difficult to reach. So it's rather than waiting for people to come to you, be willing to go out to them and to make those connections. I think also through Strong Voices, we've been able to create some training opportunities, some bespoke training opportunities for arts practitioners, so that they've got the skills to engage with those young people. So I think if anything like that arises, it's for those practitioners to take on board those training opportunities. That would be a big one for me. Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay. And let's put those questions that we had laid out to one side. What's your view on the day? I mean, are you finding there's a nice vibe in here? Do you think there's a lot of what's the experience like for you right now?
I'm really enjoying it. I mean, I'm a massive fan of Newcastle and Gateshead anyway, so it's a nice day out.
Yeah.
But I think the day got off to a really good start with the sing-along that we all joined in and had a sing.
Yeah.
It was very unexpected. But
it was to me.
But it was enjoyable.
It was absolute to me as well.
I love singing, so I'm not so much with people that I don't know. It were a bit nerve-wracking, but it was really enjoyable, and it was nice to see everybody to come together, so that was a really positive start.
I mean, it was very, in this room, I mean, it is an acoustic venue, as we know. We're in the Sage Gateshead. It's known for its music, but that was pretty incredible, I felt.
It was really empowering.
Wow, you know? And then there were people, did you know, well, you wouldn't have known, but there were people online. There were a few people that were basically singing, dancing along as well. They've been
that's brilliant.
hitting their pots and pans, so that was just amazing.
In the comfort of their own pyjamas, probably at home.
People really got stuck in the way that people did here, and I think that's great. So yeah, I feel there's nice energy.
It's a really good vibe. I'm enjoying it. So we've got a lot more to come, haven't we? So
interesting. What's to come? We've got a big debate at the end of the day.
Yep.
Now the details of that are not yet known. We don't know what we're going to be debating, but we know that there are some really key questions coming through, and you're going to be asked for some questions, and then it's going to be somebody will choose, and out of that will come the debate. So we want people to stay with us as well for that.
Great.
But we've also got another great seminar in this room, and I know it's going to be a great seminar because I've been in the practice for it yesterday, and I want to get the name right. And the name, of course, is diversifying your workforce. So that's going to be coming up later on this afternoon. So yeah, you're right. There's still a long way to go, and we're hoping that these guys are going to stay with us as well. And keep sending your tweets in. So Nicola, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
If people want to get hold of you, can they write to you and ask you, or is that?
Please.
Or do you want them to do it through one of the guys at the partnership here? Or
they can get in touch with Chris Strong at Cape UK. That might be the best
Chris
link,
Strong,
I think.
yeah.
Or if they want to have a look at the kind of work that I do in Rotherham, then YMCA White Rose has a website, ymcawhiterose.org.uk.
Brilliant.
So,
okay. Thank you
Thanks
so
a
much,
lot.
Nicola.
Cheers.
Thanks for your time. So that was Nicola Harding, and we are now. I'm going to grab Kelly in a moment. Actually, I've just signalled to Kelly to come across because she did promise that she was going to come and talk to us. We've just had a chat with Nicola. I just want to talk to you generally about today, because I know that Kelly, you are one of the organisations, one of the driving forces in this whole. In this whole 2-year project, which is coming to an end. So is it kind of sad that today is kind of like, it's a conference about sharing, it's a conference also about all the great research and the other things that you're doing and keeping that conversation going, but it's kind of ending as well, so is that a bit strange?
Well, it would be sad if it was entirely ending, but this project may be ending, but there's a lot of work that's carrying on, so I don't have the detail of every Bridges programme, but I know certainly in the Northwest we're not expecting this to end at all. I already know that one of our major partners has secured funding to carry on quite a lot of their work, which is brilliant, and we're working very closely with others. So although this particular project is ending, the work isn't ending, which is really great. And there's lots of, obviously this was a particular piece of work that we were doing, but loads of other threads have come out of it. So things that I'd like to follow, lots of different ideas. So one of them, for example, is the idea of doing more relaxed performances in theatres, and I'm currently thinking about how we can make that happen in the Northwest through our bridge role. So
relaxed performances in theatres.
Yes.
Tell me more. I mean,
Okay.
I'm intrigued. I hope you're intrigued as well. But tell me about a relaxed performance.
Okay, sure.
Because aren't performances all kind of, very unless you're absolutely right on the money, then it kind of falls over, or.
Well,
what's a relaxed performance?
The relaxed. Well, I'm glad you asked. It's an idea at the moment for us, but a relaxed performance is where you have a performance that specifically states it doesn't have the usual social expectations that people think you would normally have of an audience.
Yeah.
So actually, if there are people who may call out or may need to get up and move around or might not be able to sit for a full hour and a half or don't like being in a room with the lights down, you know, don't like big bangs and flashy lights.
No.
The performance is adapted in that way. So it's the same it's the same piece of performance that you would see, but it would be adapted to be more accessible for people who might not want to sit in a former theatre environment. So, you know, traditionally they've been done with SEND people in mind.
Okay.
However, I think people in mind. So that's, you know, people with special educational needs and disabilities. However, there are a lot of people, I think, who just prefer to be in a more relaxed environment. And some theatres do that, some don't, and we would like to see more doing it. So I'm hatching a plan at the moment as to how we might support, you know, organisations in the Northwest to do more of it.
So if you're a theatre, if you're got any reference to a theatre and you're in the Northwest, then you know, you ought to get in touch with Kelly. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
So, what do you think is coming out of today as well? I mean, what do you think's gone well? What do you think's what are you excited about coming up next? There's two questions in there, by the way. There's two in there. So what's going well? What would you like to see more of from the sessions that we've done already?
So for me, I mean, the hybrid nature of this event is a new experience for me. It's been a very steep learning curve, and I've really appreciated having your expertise, Paul, and the expertise of everyone behind the scenes here as well. So that's exciting, actually, and I think it seems to be going very well. I'm sure people online will be able to tell me whether or not it's going well.
Well, what do you think?
Like
you know, is it going well for you guys? Because you know, that's what we want to know. But I think you know, we've had good viewing figures, and they've stayed. Well, they've actually gone up as the time has gone on. So, and we want them to stay, of course, for the debate.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So this is a new experience. The debate is going to be an interesting one, though, isn't it? Tell me more about the debate.
Well, I can tell you a certain amount about the debate, but the point is that we don't know. I was saying yesterday as we were setting up for the event, you know, I like to eliminate as many unknowns as possible from events so that I've got the spare capacity to deal with the rest of it. But this is fairly an unknown, the debate, because you're setting the questions. So actually what we want is for you to set the agenda. So please tweet in your questions. We are picking them up. We're writing them on bits of paper and putting them in a box just as you would if you were in the room. So and then we'll pick, you know, some juicy questions about that, or things that come up repeatedly that people are clearly very keen to talk about. We will debate in the room, which is great.
And it could be. I mean, I think I got a sneaking suspicion that maybe collaboration might be one of those things that comes up, simply because when we first started, we had when Catherine was doing her keynote, and she had her three kind of key prongs. Collaboration was the one that got more of you interested in. Right, okay, but that's okay. But really, there's a lot of time, a lot of effort. What do you do if it goes wrong?
Yeah.
So that could be a key kind of subject area.
That's
where my money's going, Kelly. So
yeah, you know. I would agree with you. And for our Strong Voices programme in the Northwest, collaboration, and actually specifically cross-sector collaboration, has been a real key for us. You know, we're an arts sector support organisation, essentially, but this type of work specifically cannot happen without good youth sector partnerships. So I'm really glad that Nicola was here before, that we've got quite a lot of people, you know, from the youth sector in the room and watching online. And that partnership, but you know, the expertise around those individual specific young people that we're working with, tied together with the arts expertise, is a really winning combination. But getting that right's not easy. No. And it takes time, and it takes resources, and people have less time and less resources. So keeping it up the agenda is really important. And this was one opportunity for us to try and keep it up the agenda, was to tell people how this has gone. So
that's good.
Yeah, so I think that will come out. I hope it will come out.
Excellent. So I don't know if we're doing if we are.
Yeah.
Is she coming here? Oh, she is. Okay, that's cool. So Kelly, I'm going to say thank you. And if Julie is
Definitely.
ready and wants
Julie
to.
is one of our Northwest partners, so I'm really glad you're going to be talking to her.
Oh, right, okay. Well, you can stay with us and sit there quietly in the background, or maybe not so quietly.
I'll probably leave.
But actually, what you can do, just before you disappear off, why don't you just introduce how you guys come in. It's one big party. We're having a big party here. So what we're doing, our online folk are over here. So, but all we're looking to do at the moment is just have a little bit of a chat about what you guys have been doing and about how you come to be involved in this program. Really.
Yeah, great. I mean, I'll leave you to it in a second. But one of the things I've said repeatedly, actually, and I think is really important, is that the reason I knew to work with you in the first place was because we just made time to have a cup of tea eons ago. And when people have got less time and less resources, you don't make the time to just have a cup of tea. And when this opportunity of Strong Voices came up, it was only because we'd done that I knew actually that's bang on with what you wanted to do. So, if I could advocate for anything, it's just make the time to talk to each other and know what's going on, because then sometimes things link, sometimes they don't. But we can only do that if we make time to talk. And
So make time to talk. Have a cup of tea is what we're saying. but I'm just going to ask Julie then. So tell us about. Thank you, Kelly. That's brilliant. Yeah. Sit down and take the weight off, because it's.
Thank you.
You can stand up too long, can't you? But
yes.
We haven't been standing up, but I feel like I've been standing up all day. But that was probably because we were prepping here yesterday, and that was a lot of standing around and waiting for the next person. So, anyway, so 42nd Street is your charity. Would you like to tell people about what it does and a bit more about yourself as well?
Yeah, I'm the creative producer at 42nd Street. We're a mental health organisation based in Manchester.
Yeah.
We work with about 2,000 young people every year, aged between 11 and 25.
Okay.
And we run a number of services across 4 Greater Manchester boroughs, including the City of Manchester. We have a one-to-one offer, so we offer counselling, therapy and informal support.
Yeah.
We do key work with young people as well. So that means young people can come to us and have a weekly or bi-weekly session that follows a sort of therapeutic model, or they can get more, just have help when they need help.
Right, okay.
When they feel that they need someone to talk to. We also work in schools.
Okay, yeah.
We train people, professionals in other sectors around mental health, and we have an extensive youth and group work programme, which includes a ever-growing creative and cultural offer.
Right, okay. So, what is it about arts and culture in particular that appeals to you?
Okay, well, I have an arts background myself, so I'm a kind of secret agent I'm a double agent in the mental health world.
That's right, you said you're a producer, right? That was the word I should have really picked up on.
The clue was in the title.
Got it now.
Yes, I'm a creative producer, so I've worked for 25 years now in arts and cultural sector, but often in social settings. So I've worked in Latin America, for example, working in reproductive and sexual health, working with those charities, but looking at how you could use creative methods for engaging communities and doing the work that the charity needs to do. So my job at 42nd Street is to identify opportunities for embedding a creative practice across everything we do. And obviously the easiest way to look at that is looking at our group work programme and looking at how we can create groups that that have a creative aspect or entirely a creative process. But also we're starting to look at how we can do one-to-one work as well that might have that as an emphasis.
Okay.
And we use creative practice, and we use art projects and programs and artists because we have we work to the social model of mental health, not the medical model. So we work and we work to a recovery model, and what we're trying to do is help young people to be the best they can be in the situation they are in, and to improve how they feel about themselves and how they function in the world. It's not about cure. And it's not about medication, it's about being the best you can be. Yeah. And of creative practice can contribute a lot to that. I think anyone
Yeah.
watching
Yeah.
will understand how it contributes to self-esteem, to...
I'm sure we'll get some tweets coming down
Yeah.
to reinforce that, I would have thought. So now that we've got my final question, because I know that we're on our lunch break,
Okay.
almost. What's the, now that this project is coming to an end of Strong Voices, what's next for 42nd Street?
Well, we've spent the last 2 years, it's been a really good, almost like laboratory for us,
Yeah.
Strong Voices. We've done some great work, we've done some work that actually we think, that maybe wasn't the way to go. So we've been able to test, pilot a
Yeah.
lot of work. We've also been able to do a lot of work with artists
Yeah.
out in the workforce to make them really sort of ready to work with us. And we've
Brilliant.
also been able to do a lot of work with our own workforce,
Yeah.
mental health practitioners, so that they feel more comfortable working with artists.
Right.
And fortuitously, what's next
Yeah.
for us is that we are in the middle of a development phase, and hopefully we'll access quite a substantial grant from the Heritage Lottery Fund, and we have a Victorian shop, which,
Well
all being
done.
well,
Yeah.
we will start transforming into a 3-storey creative space, dedicated creative
nice.
space for vulnerable young people in Manchester,
In Manchester.
Ancoats, which
Right,
will
okay.
open in April 2016 and be a hub
Yeah.
for all of our creative practice. So
Brilliant.
we've got
You've got a
fantastic
lot
things on the
go.
horizons we
You've
have,
got a lot on the go. Brilliant. And a final point, if somebody wants to get in touch with you and ask you about your experiences, is there a way that they can do that?
They can contact me via the 42nd Street website, which
Okay.
is www.42ndstreet.org.uk.
Right, okay.
Not to be confused with the nightclub of the same name in Manchester.
Oh, okay.
Or email me,
Brilliant.
julie.mccarthy@42ndstreet.org.uk. Or we also have a dedicated Twitter feed,
Yeah.
which is Ancoats Art.
Brilliant. Julie? Oh, Twitter
The
feed.
Twitter feed is Ancoats Art.
Brilliant. Julie, thank you so much for spending the time with us.
Oh, you're welcome.
And I hope you enjoy the rest of the afternoon.
Yeah, it's great meeting all these people.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So just before we go to, just before we take a little break, do keep sending your tweets in. The hashtag, I've got it now. It's #StrongVoices15, and we're going to take a little break now so that we can rearrange things for this afternoon. And we want you to keep engaged, stay with us. There's a lot more to come up. We've got another few hours to go yet, and we want your questions on the big debate to come through as well. So any questions that are really getting underneath your skin, then let's have those. Let's really put those into the melting pot for what will be discussed in the debate. But the next session coming on is Diversify Your Workforce, and that is coming up at 12:50. So we're going to have a little break, and I'll be back to you just before then to recap on what we've done so far. Welcome back, if you've been away for a very short lunch break, to the Strong Voices Conference 2015. We're here live at Gateshead on the 6th of March, and basically we're reflecting on the work that's been done by 5 partner organisations. Those organisations are behind me, or just on the poster over here. We've got Curious Minds, A New Direction, Artswork, Cape UK, and Sage Gateshead, our hosts for today. So lots of activity has been put into a 2-year project, all concerned with the vulnerable and disabled young people, and also how they can be connected to arts and culture, but in a really strong way, that is more than a token gesture. So that's what this whole day is about. So we've had a keynote this morning where we had people singing at the end of it. We've got another keynote to close the day, but we've also got a couple of really interesting seminars coming up, and I can say that because I've been sitting through the rehearsals of what was going on yesterday, and it was really quite intriguing. This diversifying your workforce, which is coming up in a few minutes' time, is going to be for you to also be able to share your opinions, get involved, have some discussion, but also take part in some of our polling as well. So there's an awful lot going on. What we want you to do, keep sending in your comments, because that's really important to us. That enriches what we've got going on here. Just to give you some context, I've got about 90 people, I'd say 90 people in this space, in a gorgeous room. The sun is shining on us, and I hope it's shining on you as well. And really what we're looking to do is to really enrich the experience by you guys being involved, sending your tweets in. So use the hashtag. Hashtag is #StrongVoices15. The room is going quite silent. I think we're almost about to start. And if we are about to start, then what I'm going to do is allow, well, not allow, because I'm your conduit. I am talking about what's going on here. But I'm not sure. Chris Strong looks as though he's ready to get on stage, but not quite sure yet. They're still having a bit of a discussion. So do let us know what your key issues are. We want your questions as well, because there's going to be a debate at the end of the day. So what are the key questions around some of the issues of some of the work that's being done? Because I think it's really important that you've got your voice as well. Make that a strong voice. We know that there was one person that was on a bus listening to this, so we are getting across the UK. If you're from overseas, then also tell us who you are and where you're from, because that's always really useful to know, and also why you've decided to come on board today, why you've joined this particular event, because I think then we get a colour, we get a richness, we get things that we couldn't get by not knowing, by you not engaging with us. So it's all about strong voices. Let's make sure that your voice is heard. I'm getting a signal from the organizer, from Becky at Events Snobber, that's just given me a nod to say they've got one minute. Whether it will be a minute, I don't know. But yeah, it's turning to be a real nice day here in Gateshead, and I hope it is for you as well, for wherever you happen to be. So I think we are just about good to go. I'm going to get a signal, and I'm looking across to my right, and I think we're okay. So I'm going to ask Oscar, who's our web streaming guru today, to actually just make the switch, and there we are. Chris is ready to start.
That you're all in the right room. So this is the Diversify Your Workforce seminar. Yeah? Does that sound okay? I'm in the right room, I think. I hope so. Cool. Just letting people get seated. So welcome to the Diversify Your Workforce seminar. I'm Chris from Cape UK in Yorkshire.
And I'm Holly. I'm from Curious Minds in the Northwest.
We're going to be your hosts for the next 50 minutes or so with a seminar that's packed full of information, ideas, tips, questions when it comes to diversifying your workforce. Before we make a start, I just wanted to point out that this session is going out live online. So we've got all sorts of technical stuff going on in the background. That just lets make sure that everybody can see us, they can hear us, and hopefully they can join in live as well.
So just to make sure that everyone feels included and welcome, can I ask everyone in the room here at the stage just to turn round to the camera over there and just give our online audience a big wave. Just say hello. Fantastic, thank you very much.
We can't see them wave back. That's
I know.
a shame. Yeah.
So the purpose of this seminar is to discuss and think about some of the key points that you might want to consider when diversifying your workforce to include young people, and particularly young people that have additional needs. When we talk about diversity, we're not just talking about race. We are talking about social and economic class, background, physical ability, mental health. So it's a wide range of factors that we're taking into consideration. We're going to start with some scene setting, and that will help us just think a little bit about why it's important to provide young people with work-based learning opportunities, specifically in creative and cultural industries.
We'll be looking to dispel some of the myths around employing disadvantaged and vulnerable young people, and we'll be looking at what some of the potential benefits are to employers. And we've got a toolkit for you to take away, which is full of information, resources and tools to give you a head start, so that when you're back in the office next week looking to set up some opportunities, you've got everything you need to do so. We're not pretending to have all the answers, and we want this session to be as equal an opportunity for you to share our learning as it is for us to share our learning together. So the seminar is mostly interactive with lots of opportunity for discussion.
The opportunities that were created through Strong Voices were apprenticeships and work experience. So just to be clear, and we're all talking the same language, when we're talking about apprenticeships, we mean young people that are employed for at least 12 months, they're being paid a wage, and they're also working towards a qualification with a college or a training provider. Work experience is perhaps the most common form of work-based learning, and one that I'm guessing most of you might be familiar with. It's usually a fixed-term opportunity for a young person to work with an organisation alongside an experienced member of staff. And this can be paid or it can be voluntary. Two other terms that we might refer to during the course of the seminar, or that your fellow delegates might refer to, are internships and traineeships. These weren't specifically offered through Strong Voices, however they are referenced in the toolkit if you'd like to consider them for your own organisation.
So, for this first section, we're going to try out some technical stuff, and fingers crossed it should work. It worked in rehearsal. So the first section is about setting the scene with some stats around youth unemployment and our creative industries, and to get us thinking about why that's so important at the moment. So, we actually want you to use your mobile phones, so if you could take them out, but preferably keep them on silent if you can, that'd be good. We're going to take you through some questions. The questions are going to appear on the projections in a minute. But first of all, just to make sure we know how to answer these questions, because that's what you're able to do, and the people that are joining us online are able to join in with this as well and send in their answers to the questions. I'm just going to take you through how you do that. If you want to tweet in your answers, then you need to tweet to us at strongvoices15. If you want to text in your answers, you need to text them to the number on the screen. If you're going to text them in, you first need to text in Strong Voices 15, all one word as it is on the screen. So I'll just go over that again. If you want to tweet in your answers, tweet us at Strong Voices 15. If you want to text them in, first of all, text Strong Voices 15 to the number on the screen. I've been assured it's just the standard network rate. So, how are we getting on? Have we got our phones set up? Is it looking okay? Some nods? I think we're working it out.
If you are stuck, maybe ask your neighbour if they can help you if you're here in the room. Make a friend.
And for the online audience, there's another way you can do it, which is to respond on your browser, your internet browser, at polev.com/strongvoices15. Okay, I think we could probably make a start with our first question.
Fantastic. So, question number 1. According to stats released in October 2014, is youth unemployment higher or lower than unemployment for adults? Okay, so just to give you that question again, according to stats released in October 2014, is youth unemployment higher or lower than unemployment for adults? And I can already see some answers coming through on the screen, so I'm guessing you've all worked out what you need to do to send your answers. But if you think it's higher, text or tweet higher. If you think it's lower, text or tweet lower.
And hopefully our online audience are also sending in their answers as we speak. There's a little bit of a delay with the online, so we're just giving some time for everybody to have a go. Although it's looking reasonably unanimous.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can see that most of you have voted higher.
Okay, and if you did vote higher, then that's correct. So youth unemployment is higher than adult unemployment. So I'm sure we've all heard in the news recently that unemployment figures are going down, but it is still affecting a lot of people, and that's what we need to bear in mind. So it stands to reason that it's getting increasingly harder for young people to get those first jobs, that all-important first foot on the ladder.
So, question number 2. What percentage of young people are unemployed or underemployed? That's what percentage of young people are unemployed or underemployed? If you think it's 30%, text or tweet 30. If you think it's 40%, text or tweet 40. And if you think it's 60%, text or tweet 60. This seems quite active this time.
Getting the hang of it.
Yeah. Still moving.
Okay. So just to kind of look at the answers for that one, majority saying 40%, but a few saying 30 and also a few saying 60 as well.
So, yeah, the majority of you are right. It is about 40% of young people that are unemployed, so not far off half. And since 2005, the number of young people who are unemployed for a year or more has risen or increased by 225%. The number of young people who are unemployed for 2 years or more has risen to 90,000. That's an incredible increase of 330%. So not only are more young people unemployed, but they're actually more likely to be unemployed for a longer period of time.
Okay, so question number 3. Have earnings for 18 to 21-year-olds increased, stayed the same, or decreased since 2010? So if you think they've increased, text or tweet number 1. If you think they've stayed the same, number 2. And if you think they've decreased, it's 3. And again, just a reminder to those of you online, please do make sure that you're texting and tweeting as well. We want to hear from you guys as much as the people here in the room.
If you're getting confused by seeing some of the bars going down, it's because it's on a percentage basis. It's not that people are removing their answers somehow. Okay. I think we're about stabilised on that. So there's quite a few on stayed the same, but mostly on decreased.
Okay, so if you said that they were on decreased, then that's correct. Earnings have actually decreased by 10% for this particular age group. So just to check in the room, how did we do with that? How many people got that right? Fair few.
Good.
Cool. So what we'd say is that this decrease in earnings is likely to have a more dramatic effect on families that have a low income compared to those that are comparatively better off. We're not saying that all young people who face some kind of disadvantage are from a low-income family, but it's safe to assume that a significant proportion of them will be.
Question number 4. This is our final question. You don't have to do it after this. So, what percentage increase has employment in the UK's creative industries risen by since 2011? What percentage has employment in the UK's creative industries risen by since 2011? Send in, text or tweet in A if you think it's 3.7%, B if you think it's 6.2%, or C if you think it's 10.1%. And bear in mind that during this time, the UK's economy has increased by a total of 2.4%. Oh, sorry, the number of jobs in the UK economy. Right, what's that?
Okay.
Still going.
Okay.
I'm sure no one's checking this out on Google as we speak, are they?
Okay, so looking relatively stable there. A few people have gone for A and B, but majority of people have gone for C, which is 10.1%.
Yeah, so it is over 10%, which is really exciting because being involved with the creative sector is something that many young people would aspire to do. And now with the sector growing so fast, we can say that there are real opportunities out there and that we need to build a skilled and diverse workforce to fill those opportunities. And we're confident that participating in arts and cultural activities is a great way for young people to learn some of the essential skills they'll need.
Okay, so hopefully from that quick quiz, we have a better understanding of why these opportunities are so important to this particular target group, and also the fact that creative and cultural industries can offer a wide range of opportunities. So it's really important that we now look at what this means in reality and how we can plan accessible opportunities for these particular young people and diversify your workforce, but also to mitigate against any concerns that you might have had in the past that have stopped you from either offering these opportunities yourself or supporting the development of them.
Okay, so we're going to So in a moment, we're going to ask you to get into some small groups and each group will be given a case study. The case studies are scenarios of young people in apprenticeships or some sort of work experience opportunity. These case studies are based on some of the young people that we worked with through Strong Voices, but they're not actual real people that are in the case studies. So, each case study introduces a young person, and we have the following prompts to help guide your discussion. So we'd like to invite you now to get into small groups of 5 or 6 with the people sitting next to you and around you. And you can, I think we're handing out case studies. Have we got case studies handing out? Excellent, fantastic. You're going to get post-it notes, and you can write down answers, questions, thoughts on your post-it notes, and then put them onto the flip charts at the side and at the back.
No, not at the back.
Not at the back. Sorry. We'll have to just go over that again in a sec.
I can do it.
I'll just tell the online audience. For the online audience, your case study is case study number 5. And I'll come over and work with Paul, and we'll go through that now. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know, I'm not going to have enough hands for this next bit.
You're not.
Used to do the PowerPoint for me, or Becky.
To try and grab one.
Because if I need to hold them up, you can and do that and hold those. I'm not going to have enough hands.
We're doing fine for time, by the way, so
Yeah.
tell them 10 minutes.
Yeah. So, okay.
Okay, so whilst the rest of the room are they're in their groups, and we know that you're not in your group, but that doesn't stop you from being able to take part in this exercise. And Chris has just come over. Actually, you can stay there. That's fine. Yeah. Actually, what we could do, we could sit down, and then we get a bit closer together, which is rather nice. And I know you've got a big following in Leeds going on right now, because I know his office in Leeds. They keep tweeting in. Pick up the. Yeah.
Sorry. Oh, you can hear me now.
Microphone. Yeah.
Is that coming through?
Oh, it's perfect. Yeah.
Superb.
Yeah. No, it's really good. That's all loud and clear. So, whilst the group. 4 groups in here, they're all doing a case study. We've got a case study just for you at home or the office or the bigger office where there's a cluster of people. So we want you to get involved. Chris, can you just explain how you'd like this to work?
Right.
Online?
So I think we've got about 10 minutes, and basically we've got this case study, which is case study number 5. It's about a young person called Jasmine, and Jasmine is 17 years old. So Jasmine started a community arts apprenticeship in March 2014, and she's about to return from maternity leave. She's agreed to come back full time, and she's really excited to get back into her role. Her new daughter has a place at a local nursery, and Jasmine is keen to learn about all areas of the arts. She's very organised and a popular member of the team. So, Paul,
Okay,
are they able to see our prompts that are on there? Or?
I don't. Actually, we'd have to come off of this shot and go onto the main screen. So why don't you just tell me what the questions are there?
Well, I'll just talk through those.
Yeah, if you just talk through the questions, because you've given the great case study of Jasmine.
Yeah.
So what would you like the guys to do now?
So it's really about what you would do as an employer to support that young person.
Right.
So the prompts that we've got, which you can't see, so I'll just read those out to you now. What would you need to consider if you were this young person's employer?
Okay.
That's the first.
So if you were employing Jasmine, what would you need to consider?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And, you know, Jasmine, anyone who's having a child and has worked and has to go out on maternity leave, there's going to be certain considerations that are going to be need to take into account. But also it's really worth just remembering that Jasmine is only 17 years old as well, so she's still a young person.
Are you giving a clue away there, Chris?
Sorry.
It's all right. I mean, I'm sure we get the tweets will come
We'll
down.
win.
It's hashtag Strong Voices 15. Do get involved in the Jasmine case study. And what is another prompt you've got
So
there
let's
as
have
well?
another prompt. How might the apprenticeship or work experience, well, it's an apprenticeship in Jasmine's case,
Yeah.
how would that be tailored, or how could it be tailored to their individual needs?
Okay, so how could a placement basically be tailored to Jasmine's needs?
Yeah,
Yeah?
that's it.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So we're making it about Jasmine,
Yeah.
not just about the job description that she has to fulfill.
Right, okay. Yeah. And I can sneakily see, I think there's a third, or is that a fourth prompt even?
There's a couple more.
We're giving you lots of clues here, aren't we, isn't it? You're very generous, Chris.
Okay. What additional support might you be able to access for yourselves as an employer and support them to access as an individual?
Right, okay.
So
additional support.
Yeah.
That they might be, that an employer might be able to grab.
Well, the employer might be able to grab, or they might be able to signpost Jasmine to certain support that she's entitled to.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Possibly.
So for both parties, right? Okay.
Yeah.
And you have a final one, don't you? We're
Yes.
really giving you lots of good
tips
prompts
here.
here this afternoon. It's very generous. It's lovely in Gateshead right now, so that's why we're in a generous mood.
Okay, so the fourth prompt is: what challenges might you both face, and how might you overcome them together?
Right. Okay. So challenges that Jasmine might face, challenges that you as the employing organisation might face.
Yeah.
Right. Perfect.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Okay.
And it's that partnership between employer and employee, but really thinking about Jasmine, what situation she's in at the moment, and how can we make the most of our investment in Jasmine, because she's working for us.
Yeah.
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 So that it's good for both employer and employee.
Right. So this is your case study. The Jasmine case study is purely for your. This is a 5-minute call coming on, but basically this is your case study. I think that's coming through loud and clear. But basically, they're asking for people to put notes on post-it notes on their flip charts. We're not going to do that. We're just going to ask for your tweets to come down the wire. So the hashtag StrongVoices15. The Jasmine case study is purely for you. It isn't for anybody else that's in the room. They've all got different case studies. Chris and Holly have been working hard to make this as interactive, but also to really stretch the kind of subject matter itself as well. So let's get really deep into this, which has been a philosophy, I think, behind the whole Strong Voices project over the past 2 years that you've been a key part of.
Yeah, totally. I think so. It is about, it's not about having any set of answers for any particular situation. It's trying to think about the subtle nuances of different situations, and to get us really thinking about how we can put in the right sort of support to make sure that, to be proactive about putting support in place. I think that's really the key, whether we're talking about apprenticeship opportunities, work experience opportunities, or whether we're talking about some of the activities as well.
Yeah.
And we've heard today, I think, possibly this morning, about the social model for that you get in disability and how you can apply that to the arts, and that's very relevant to what we're talking about, I think.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And just to reiterate as well that if you weren't able to join us earlier in the day and you've missed any of those sessions, they are available. They've all been recorded, so they will be available on demand. So have a look at the program, which is directly below the player, where you can see us, and you'll see the rest of the program. If you want the wider program, just go to the right-hand side of the screen and just click on the button there. It will take you to a bigger program of what's coming up and what's been, so you don't need to miss out on anything. And actually, the people that have gone to other seminar sessions in a different part of this particular building and weren't streamed, then those sessions have been recorded and they will be available as well. So we've really got stacks of information coming out. And in the next break, Chris, I'm going to talk to you about the toolkit that you've been working on, because I think that's phenomenal.
Okay.
So I think we're going to give you a rest for a couple of moments. I believe, there's still a lot of conversation going on. People are getting up, they're going to the boards, they're putting their post-its on. So those questions that have been raised, there's some kind of, I'm looking around the room and there's some in-depth discussion. You can always tell because people move forward from, being kind of a bit laid back and suddenly really into it, and the groups get even closer, and I can see that going on right now. So tell me, Chris, just whilst that is coming to, before Holly gives us the next signal to stop talking, but why did you guys as CAPE, why did you get involved in the Strong Voices project?
Why wouldn't you get involved with the Strong Voices
Brilliant.
project?
Well, there you go. Why wouldn't you?
This was an opportunity to not just not run some projects, but to really get people thinking about why is it important that we do this. Is it important that all young people get to access arts and culture?
Yeah.
And if it is important, then what sort of arts and culture? And is arts and culture accessible to them at the moment? And whose arts and culture is it? Is it our arts and culture? Is it their arts and culture?
Yeah.
It's a way of getting people thinking about what's, I guess, what our entitlement is. What all of us, what our entitlement is. Arts and culture helps make sense of a very complicated world.
Yeah.
And it can be a really useful tool. It could be a therapeutic tool, and I think it's an important, rich part of life. So the opportunity was there, and we took it basically.
Yeah. Well done you. And I think it's a little bit of Holly's just coming back on stage, so I'm going to stop talking now, and you'll have Holly back now. So actually, we'll give you a little bit of a breather. So we'll leave you to think about some of the issues already raised, and then we'll be back in a few moments' time. Obviously, the stream continues. We have an amazing job being done by our web team and by, I would say that, of course, because it's all gone pretty well so far, so I hope that's not the kiss of death on this. But if you're not able to hear or see us in the right way, it might be that your device might need rebooting. It's all coming out fine at this end. But if you do get cut off, as I say, it won't matter because all the on-demand sessions will be available. So I'm just going to look at Siobhan right now and wonder if we've got some comments coming in. There we go. Right, okay. Here we go. Oh, this is brilliant stuff. So we've got a lot of answers. What we're going to do, actually, is we're going to hold these until Chris is going to input back into the room. But that is brilliant. So thank you so much for sending those down. Keep sending them down because it does really add to the richness of what's going on here. I mean, you're making the whole contribution even better.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, I think Holly she's got a microphone in hand. She's gesturing. There's lots of colour on these flip chart, but people really like colours, don't they? It's incredible. Really incredible. So there we are. So keep sending your tweets in. It's #StrongVoices15. And if you're on Facebook or Instagram, use that hashtag as well. And just keep joining in. If you want to join the Facebook groups or know any more about these individual organisations, then they are Curious Minds, Sage, Gateshead, Artswork, A New Direction, and
Cape UK.
Cape UK. I'm sitting next to you. That's why I forgot it, because I'm sat right next to you. So I think we're there. Becky, are you able to tell us? Are we? Otherwise, we'll just keep talking. But we're getting some results in, so okay. I think we're good. We're good. But do keep sending your information in.
Cool. Okay, thank you very much for that. I hope you had some interesting conversations. We're just going to go through each case study now and just see what your ideas are in terms of how we can help make these opportunities accessible, but also where the learning was with Strong Voices specifically, and any kind of additional things that we can add from our experiences. So case study number 1 is a young man called George. George is 17 and recently been recruited into a creative apprenticeship, and it's his first job straight out of school. So during his interview, he discloses that he's been diagnosed with depression and anxiety, and he is incredibly passionate about stage design and is very organised and reliable. So some of the I'm just going to pick out post-it notes in terms of who was discussing this case study and seeing what we can see on here. So one of the key points in the top here is anxiety. So just questioning kind of the role, what his triggers might be, support for him, and also making sure that that is young person focused. And I think that that's really important. That's one of the key questions that I had when I was looking through this, and that we've looked at as a consortium, is kind of asking what the triggers might be. Have they found any support mechanisms, any coping strategies that they're able to share with you? But also for them to understand why it's important that you need to know that information as their employer. Brilliant. So another point here is support outside of the theatre. So just questioning what support services they're accessing already, and questioning whether you need to offer any pastoral support to make sure that they're accessing everything that they can do in order to help them. There's also a note here about having a risk management plan, so making sure there's an action plan. And I would definitely agree with that, because always we need to think about planning and what kind of making sure that all the systems are in place. We've kind of thought through as much as possible so that we're not just reacting to situations that arise. So we've got another comment here. Line manager who is good at giving constructive feedback, helping to process feedback as well. What else? We've got flexible working hours. One of the questions that's raised, that this particular strand of Strong Voices has raised, is whether full-time work is suitable for a young person with mental health needs. And that's something that we always need to bear in mind. So actually, is it realistic for them to be successful in achieving a full-time role? Or does it need to be flexible? Does it need to be part-time? What are the other options out there that would allow them to enter the world of work and to have a successful and positive experience, but also that suits their needs and their circumstances? I think that's the majority. Some lovely points here about communicating and being patient and identifying a key worker if they have one, and what role they play and how you can work with them, again, to make it a positive experience. So drawing on all the support that's available around that young person and making sure that it's a joined-up approach in partnership. I think that's everything on George. So we'll move on to case study number 2, which is Farheen. So Farheen is 18 years old and recently started an apprenticeship in events management with a community music organisation. After a few weeks on the job, it becomes apparent that Farheen has learning difficulties, which means that she finds complicated tasks difficult and struggles to learn new tasks quickly. She's always very friendly and has great customer service skills. So just to have a look at some of the post-it notes, we've got a big one here that says review induction process. So the question that we would raise, having spoken to colleagues that have delivered Strong Voices across the country, is why was this only picked up a few weeks into the process? So it's really being careful of that induction process. Think about structure, mentoring. Is there a buddy role, a buddy system that you could put into place? And keep talking, keep communicating and checking in as to, kind of how it's all going. Fantastic. Brilliant. So I'm just going to come across to the other ones. Bear with me. So here we have case study number 3, which some of you looked at, which is Tom, who is 16 and started college, but then later decided that it wasn't for him, and chose not to continue attending his course. He then went on to do work experience, working with a marketing officer in an arts organisation to promote projects to other young people. It's the only activity he takes part in, and is struggling to get to work on time and hasn't been in an office environment before. So things that we need to think about with him are, can see some really interesting points around office mentor and just making sure that he's got support in the office. Again, I would really highlight what we said in the previous case study around the induction process. Things that might seem really obvious to us about how to behave in an office, language, dress code. If this is your first job, you might not be aware of what you need to do. So it's about spelling those things out, but also making sure that we're modelling appropriate office behaviour as well, if that's the environment they're working in. Exploring his interests, making sure it's productive. He is the expert in social media and engaging with his peers. So making sure that it's engaging. If this is the only thing he does, it needs to be fun and engaging so that he can continue working in it. And the last one from the people in the room, we have Kyle, who is 17 and is a young carer. He's just applied to do some work experience with a local dance company as a workshop assistant and wants to teach professionally. Or dance professionally, who knows. So there's quite a few challenges that have been identified on this one from the delegates in the room. So talking, making sure he's got a mentor, flexible plans, and maybe just having some understanding that although he wants to be reliable, there are situations that arise quite quickly that he might struggle to be reliable with. Making sure that the work experience fits around his studies, tailoring it to his availability, and also, again, providing a mentor, which I think has come through in all of the case studies. So thank you very much for those of you in the room. Chris, I'm just going to hand over to you.
Okay.
So that we can hear from our online audience.
Great. Are we in the room? Oh, here we go. Fantastic. Okay, thank you very much, Holly. So, our participants online, there's been lots of feedback on this. The young person is Jasmine. Jasmine is 17 years old, and she started a community arts apprenticeship in March 2014. She's about to return from maternity leave. She's agreed to come back full-time and is really excited to get back into her role. Her new daughter has a place at a local nursery. Jasmine is keen to learn about all areas of the arts, and she is a very organised and popular member of the team. So we asked the online audience, or our online participants, what they thought might be some of the issues or some of the support that's needed. And of course, there's a lot here about flexibility, and a really good point that Jasmine won't be able to work ridiculous hours that have become the norm. I think that's a very good point. So it is very much about having that flexible schedule and perhaps thinking about the tasks that Jasmine might do as well. You know, can she do some of these tasks from home? Are they the sort of tasks that require her to be in at 9 o'clock every morning, or is there some flexibility? So we've got a lovely point here. This one is having a young parent in your workplace is a great direct connection to what it's like to be a young parent. Use it. I think that's fantastic, isn't it? Because it gives the opportunity to the employer to really think about engaging a group of society that might otherwise not have a voice. You know, if you're an arts or cultural organisation and you're not currently working with young parents, then this is a golden opportunity to find out some of the best ways of doing that. And then I think the last one here is to treat all employees as individuals. There's a fine line between meeting needs and making people feel singled out. So yeah, it is, it's about people, it's about having that personal approach, looking at who you're working with, having a discussion, talking it through, and coming to an agreed way forward, basically. So thank you very much. Online.
Fantastic, thank you very much for that. I'm just going to pause a second while Chris just frantically tries to run across the creaky floor to join me.
Okay, great, excellent, good, you can hear me. Right, so hopefully from the exercise that we've just taken you through, we now feel we're in a strong position to mitigate against certain concerns, and we are more aware of the full range of support that we can put in place to make sure that our investment in a young person really pays off.
Just to say as well, the notes from those case studies will be typed up and shared at a later date with anyone that's interested, both here and in the room, and for those of you watching online as well, they will be made available. So we've all been in the other end of the situation where someone's taken a chance on us and offered us some work experience. So now it's your turn to convince the CEO of your organisation to offer a work-based learning opportunity. And if you are the CEO or the head of your organisation, then think about how you would convince your board members or someone in that kind of similar role. And just to say at this point again, I'm going to stay working with yourselves in the room, and Chris will be working with Paul and the online audience again. So for your first pitch, we'd like you to imagine that you've just bumped into your CEO and you want to convince them to take on a young person. So working with your neighbour, we'd just like you to think about what points you would make to them, how you would make that argument. And we'll just give you a couple of minutes to do that, and then we'll feed back again, both in the room and from the online audience. So off you go.
So we thank you for for all of the work that you've been doing. Thank you for all the work that you've been doing, and obviously feeding into this interactive day that's been devised. So we're asking you to work again now. Well, Chris and Holly are asking you to work again now. So Chris, do you want to explain what you'd like people to do so that they can be involved, and how they communicate that with us? I mean, at the moment we're tweeting everything, #StrongVoices15. So what's this exercise?
Well, hopefully by now in the session, everyone that's involved, the delegates, the online participants, now realises that really we want to create some of these opportunities. So now we need to have a convincing argument for when we bump into our CEO or our boss.
Yeah.
And so it's basically, what would you say to your CEO? You've got 1 minute with them. What would you say to them to convince them to take on a young person?
Okay, so you got that long minute in a big elevator, I guess, or a big lift, and you've just got to do that whole kind of lift statement almost for a minute. So
yeah, I think so.
It goes pretty quickly, a minute, doesn't it?
It does go very quickly. So it's some strong key points.
Right. Okay.
What it does for your organisation, and I guess your CEO's thinking about your organisation's business needs. And if you are the CEO, then what would you say to your board?
Very good, very good. And then what we'll do, what you send those tweets down to us, and then we'll pick them up from Siobhan, that's doing a fantastic job on social media, moderating and telling us what's going on as well. And we'll pick those up from her and feed all of those things into this rich conversation we're having this afternoon. So how long do they have for this, Chris? How long?
Just a couple of minutes.
Just a couple of minutes, right, okay. So, should we talk about something else now then? Or should we just let people have a rest for a moment?
Yeah, let them concentrate and see what comes in.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes.
So just 1 minute left for those. Okay, folks, if I could just ask you to draw your conversation to a close. Sounds like you're all having some great conversations. So this is where I would like to invite, first of all, those of you that are in the room to feedback on some of those key points that you might have just been discussing. And then in a moment, we'll go to the online audience and see what they say as well. So would anyone in the room like to give us a little snapshot of what they were talking about in that exercise? Don't make me pick on you. I'm looking in this direction. There we go. Thank you very much. You've been saved for the moment.
For some who work in large organisations, I think you can almost say there's a moral kind of duty really to give young people work-based learning opportunities. And Darren and I work for a local authority where we do offer lots of work experience. What we try and do is make sure those work experience placements are linked to apprenticeships, and we try and make sure the apprenticeships are linked to trades where we know there are going to be jobs in the future. Because I think one of the worst things you can do with work experience and apprenticeships is kind of raising people's expectations when actually we may well know we don't have a job at the end of it for the young person, and you kind of, you know, they spend a year working really hard and at the end of it there's nothing left. So I think for large organisations there's kind of a moral obligation.
Fantastic. So it's all about progression, exit strategy, and making sure that there is one. Fantastic. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Thanks.
I'm working at Z Arts in Manchester, so I was actually just saying that it's very much embedded through our CEO already, that kind of engagement with young people and offering them opportunities. But we talked really briefly about making sure that the opportunity is mutually beneficial for both the organisation and the young people. But for us, making that role that young person has really exciting, so that when they look at that position, you know, I was talking about programs such as working with our marketing team, and when we look at it on paper, we actually say ourselves, that looks, you know, like a really exciting job, which gives that young person such a breadth of opportunity. So that was an important part of our pitch.
Fantastic, and that's going to lead me nicely onto the next exercise in a moment.
You're welcome.
So I'm going to ask everyone just to remember that point for the moment, and I'm going to go over to Chris to feedback from our online guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Holly. So we've got some good ones coming in here. I like this one in particular. Ask the CEO to remember when they themselves were trying to gain experience to break into the industry. I think that's a good one. Excellent. And of course, young people can engage other young people. You know, so it's that thing about a young person coming into your organisation. They're a member of your target audience. So why not make the most of what they know about your target audience? You know, in the social media, they're always far better at things like social media than us. They always know what the latest social media thing is to use. So yeah, so some nice responses there. Thanks, Holly.
Fantastic, thank you very much. So kind of starting to lead on from that, but also leading on from what Paul said, the opposite side to this, and this is one of the key things that we found through Strong Voices, is that sometimes the young people themselves need encouragement to apply for these opportunities and support as well to be able to do that. And that might be due to their personal circumstances and not necessarily feeling that it might be for them. They might think that the arts is mainly for performers and not understand the range of jobs that we have available in finance, marketing, construction, anything else that you can imagine. I think we pretty much cover most of them. So it's about thinking of how we sell these opportunities to young people and get them to understand and also offer them support to apply for them. So same as what you've just done a few minutes ago, you can work with the person next to you and just think about how you would promote and encourage and support young people to apply for these opportunities, and then we'll feed back again. Okay? Go.
So, Chris, it's becoming the normal thing now. We know that whenever Holly has a question, I'm coming to you to make sure that we get it exactly right for the people that, for you at home or in the office, so that you can take part as well. So the task this time is to talk about the young person.
Yeah, it's convincing the young person, you know. It's a scary time trying to look at different jobs to get into. And some, you know, there might be particular things going on in their life that doesn't make them feel confident to apply for a job. So if you're working with particular groups of young people, what can you do to encourage them?
Right.
What would you say to a young person to encourage them?
Okay.
And one of the things to think about sometimes as well, because we're talking about the creative industries here,
Yeah.
and it's this growing sector, there's lots of opportunities.
Yeah.
It's the diversity of those opportunities. A lot of people think, you know, when I was a young person, I certainly thought this, that to be in the creative industries or to be in the music industry, I had to be a performer on stage,
Yeah.
you know, and that could be scary. But of course, there's all sorts of roles, administration, catering,
Absolutely.
finance, backstage, you know, loads of different things.
Oh,
So,
we love the backstage. So
yeah.
how long for the exercise on
Oh,
this
sorry,
one?
I'm taking up most of it.
No,
I
no,
think.
no, that's fine.
You've got a couple of minutes.
They got a couple of
Yeah.
minutes. So just tweet in your responses as you've been doing, which has been fantastic. So hashtag StrongVoices15 answers to how you convince a young person. Well, we got things coming in. Excellent. We're on schedule as well, aren't we?
Okay, just 1 minute left on that, guys. 1 minute. Okay, if I can just ask you to bring that conversation to a close. Sounds like you don't want to stop. Fantastic. Thank you very much for that. I'd just, again, like to invite you to feed back on some of those key points. What were the main things that came out for you and your group? I am going to look over this side of the room, just because you've been quiet so far. Would anyone like to offer a key point? Thank you very much.
I think coming from a youth work perspective, I think the first thing you need to do is realise that not every young person is suitable for an apprenticeship, and not every apprenticeship is suitable for a whole group of young people. So it's about building those relationships with individual young people first of all, and then recognising what learning they want to achieve and where they want to go, and trying to find a suitable apprenticeship to match that. For example, I've got a young person that I work with at the moment that really wants to be a youth worker, but there aren't any youth work apprenticeships about. So what can we do that she can still get beneficial skills out of, and to get on that path that's not necessarily a specific youth work apprenticeship. So
yeah, that's fantastic, and I'd say that that's one of the key things that we've learnt through doing this work with Strong Voices, is making sure that we're working with people like yourselves to get those experiences for young people in what they need it to be. So that's brilliant. Thank you very much for that. Anyone else in the room? Thanks. It's okay.
Hi, working in a mental health organisation where we work with young people, and we've been trying to actually match them and place young people in apprenticeships.
one of the major problems that we've found is the age group. So this isn't actually really an answer to the question, but I think it's very important that we try and campaign and work for apprenticeships to be slightly broader, for example, in age range, and more flexible in terms of how many hours per week, something that was alluded to in the case studies, because a lot of young people aren't ready to do an apprenticeship at 17. We work with young people up to 25. They might work with us for 2 years or a year and then be ready. And we want to create those pathways, and we want to create pathways into organisations that have been working with us. So, for example, delivering a project with us, and then we can get a young person to go and work in that organisation. That, for us, is the perfect scenario. It works really well, but we find the constraints currently around apprenticeships, for example, specifically, almost impossible to work with. It's a very narrow understanding, not from the cultural sector, but from the people that fund apprenticeships as to who an apprenticeship should be for. Mm-hmm. I think that needs broadening. When we've had work placements, which have been more flexible, they've been incredibly successful, and we haven't seen those young people again, apart from heard remote reports from the cultural organisation, because the young person's disengaged from our service, and that for us is 100% success. We don't want to see young people coming back to us afterwards. They've gone on, he's gone on, one particular young man got on, got career, work, fantastic. He doesn't need us anymore, and that's what we need apprenticeships to do as well.
Fantastic. So really, we should be working with people like yourselves in terms of mental health charities, those kind of wider support services, to make sure that apprenticeships are accessible.
It's the government.
So do you want to...
Picking up on this point, I think that's so valid. I think that apprenticeships are very restricted, and I don't. Yes, it's working with but really, isn't it about lobbying the government to think more creatively about apprenticeship programs, because they're very narrow and they are not fit for purpose, really, and there's so much lip service about apprenticeships, but they're very, very narrow, and they don't cater. And you're absolutely right. Sometimes a full apprenticeship is too much for someone, and that's all that's available. And I am gobsmacked that the government has got that so wrong.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Sounds like there's a bit of joined up thinking to be done around that. Fantastic. Chris, can we have some feedback from the online guys?
Sure, yeah. Oh, can I just quickly check how we're doing for time, Holly?
We're okay, we've got a little bit of action we thought we'd do.
Super, because we had lots of responses from online. Okay, so some nice ones here. But this is just so obvious, but just so true and important. Make it clear to the young person that you value their contribution. Well, it's simple, but it's true, because if they know that you value their contribution, then they're going to want to get involved. Before anything, they have to know about it, get the message out there, and that's a really key point. I think we need to get better sometimes at getting the message out there, getting the marketing right, getting it to the right people, to the right adults that are working with these young people, and directly to the young people themselves. Lots of gatekeepers sometimes. This one, okay. Don't do formal interviews. Find a less scary way of finding out if they're the right person for the job. That's great. I think that one, that's so right for young people. I think it's probably right for a lot of adults as well. So yeah, a nice selection of feedback there, Holly. That's
fantastic.
Great.
Thank you very much. And I would just like to say that the interview process is one of the key things that we learn about Three Strong Voices. So if you would like to know more about that, please do come and have a chat with me or get in touch, because I'd be really happy to feed back on our experience of that. So hopefully after that, you feel that you're ready to articulate the benefits to both your organisation and to the young people that you might be working with, so that they might be able to take advantage of these opportunities. And just to say that for the employers specifically, there is a sheet that kind of summarises what we've been talking about in the toolkit, which will be made available to you.
Okay, so hopefully at this point in the seminar, and after hearing and thinking about how and why we should want to create some opportunities, your attention is going to be drawn to how to get started. I'm just going to zip through the toolkit because I think we're sort of running. We've got a little bit of extra time apparently, but we'll go through this. So, but not too much. Okay. Okay. Employing a young person doesn't need to be difficult, but of course there can be certain issues and challenges along the way that we've talked about. But to try and help them make the process as simple as possible, we've put this toolkit together, which has information, resources, and the different tools that will help you set up some opportunities. And for our online audience, there should just be a link on the resources section. I think it's on the right-hand side of your web page. It'll be there somewhere anyway. There's some printed copies of this for everyone here at the Sage. They're by the exit door. Becky's holding them there. Thank you. So make sure you pick one up on your way out.
It's not all been created by us, we'll be honest about that, and in no way does it attempt to cover all of the information that is available, but it does contain bits and pieces that we found helpful when setting up apprenticeships and other work-based learning opportunities.
So there's a step-by-step guide on how to set up an apprenticeship. There's resources with research links, information about different parts of the creative sector, guidance on the sort of skills required for them, and there's also a link to a really good toolkit on setting up apprenticeships for disabled young people. And there's a section on the money as well that's available, because there's 2 bits of funding that employers can access, or at least 2 bits, one provided by the National Apprenticeship Service and the other one which is Arts Council funded through the Creative and Cultural Skills Council. They're both funds that can be applied for with certain criteria attached. So, we've now come to the end of the session. I hope it's been useful and interesting, and hopefully it's inspired you to have some more thought about offering opportunities for young people. Holly and I are available if you want to grab us at all during the rest of the day. Feel free to come and ask us any questions. And our emails are going to pop up here. We're happy to answer emails as well. And we've got business cards and stuff that we can hand out, I think. So thank you very much. Hope you've enjoyed it. And I just need to quickly mention some housekeeping. So in a minute, hopefully we're going to hear what the debate questions. Have we got the debate questions? Excellent. The debate questions have been decided, so they're coming up on the screen. So you can have a think about those during the break. There's a short break of about 15 minutes, and that's over in the bar for Hall 2. So thank you very much. Sorry for running off that bit. I was supposed to talk earlier. It's because I thought you'd said it. You haven't, had you? No. I was like,
So that was the session on diversifying your workforce. My goodness me, didn't we go through some interesting exercises there? So thank you so much for getting involved and participating. It was great to have that. I had Siobhan at my left-hand side, who was furiously writing up the notes as you were putting those through. What's happening right now is they're having a bit of a break in the room here, so there's a 15-minute break, I believe, until the next session. But there are some questions. I think if Becky could get hold of the questions, that would be really good. Actually, why don't you come and read them to me, because I can't. Okay. But do we want the questions for the debate? Oh, actually, Derry will know them, so that's cool. Yeah, perfect. Right, okay, so we will get the questions that we want to embroider into the debate, but keep sending your tweets down. Keep contacting us with the hashtag #StrongVoices15. And I'm now joined by Derry. who's got all of the answers on the debate that we're going to have shortly. I mean, that was a fantastic session that we just had now, but we want to keep you with us. We don't want you to go anywhere for the next hour and a half at least. But there's a debate coming at the end of the day. And Derry, tell us more about what the questions are and how you chose them and how they came to be.
Well, we chose from, as you can imagine, some of the questions that were in the box were similar to each other. So we looked at the questions, really, all of the questions we're interested in. I think we're going to tweet those and hopefully get responses from everybody regardless.
Sure.
Because there wasn't a question that we didn't want to explore.
Brilliant.
We're just limited by time.
Yeah.
I think we chose the questions that would give us the most breadth of discussion, but also a deep discussion. So
Brilliant.
I think we've got 5 questions that have a couple of questions in two of them. So we may not, in the space of an hour that we've got later on, explore all of those questions, but let's hope to get through some of them.
Right. Okay.
I don't know. Do you want me to talk about the questions?
Yeah, well, Ali, I mean, if my eyesight was better, I'd be able to read them off. But my eyesight's not so good here. So
Okay. So some of the questions on the presentation have actually been paraphrased because they were quite long. So the first question that we want to look at is how do we stop losing experiences and knowledge?
Oh, love it. Yeah.
Long known truth resurfacing as new discoveries in youth engagement. And this is the age-old question, isn't it, about actually, I think, to be fair, when we were right at the start of the Strong Voices journey, we acknowledged very clearly that this was about building on good practice that has happened for many, many years. We weren't claiming to be doing something absolutely original.
Sure.
I think the originality comes from the context that we're all now working on in, which is quite different than it was 5, 10, 15 years ago, and that will always be the case. So it might not be that we're looking at how practice needs to change or how practice has changed or approach. It's about how do we need to adapt how we do things in order to meet the needs of young people who are living, existing, learning in a brand new context that we're just getting used to, actually. So that I think could create lots of debate. That question came from an online participant.
Excellent.
Voluntary Arts Southwest, based in Bristol.
Right.
So thank you for that one.
Brilliant.
The next question, actually, I've got 3 post-it notes all wrapped up in one, so we paraphrased them.
Yeah.
And we're looking at, and really the questions look at who decides what art young people should be experiencing. Because I think sometimes we get tied up, don't we, into a situation where we're thinking about where we think it's absolutely necessary, and it is, to consult young people about what they want. Yeah. But it's the age-old question again of, we all only know what we know, and we don't know what we don't know. So, there's that, how do we get young people to be able to experience the breadth of arts opportunities that will enable them to have an informed choice about what they do and where they take their passions and talents in the future. And then the quality debate, well, that could go on forever, couldn't it?
Absolutely.
So we were a bit worried about actually presenting that to the audience. What do we mean by quality? And I think what we've heard today is that quality comes in many forms. And of course, we can talk about the quality of the artistic product. But it seems today the conversation has been much more about the quality of experience and the quality of the participation, engagement that happens through the arts that we provide for this very particular group of disadvantaged and vulnerable young people. And then that leads me onto the next question, having just referred to young people as disadvantaged and vulnerable. And actually that was the term that went all the way through the guidance for this fund that we've used to pay for Strong Voices activity. So the third question is, how do young people want to be addressed? There's this whole thing, isn't there, about disadvantaged, disaffected, disabled, discombobulated. It goes on. And we did have some debate right at the beginning of Strong Voices. You know, how do we refer to young people? You know, is it a case of labelling young people? And for me, I think just by being a young person, you become vulnerable, don't you? Show me a young person who isn't vulnerable.
Absolutely.
So,
wow.
What do we mean by that? So that we think will create
We
a
have some
nice
great
debate.
questions in. I mean, this is like, you know, you could do these for at least an hour all by themselves.
Absolutely.
You know, so.
And then this one was interesting to us. And Catherine and I, when we were selecting these questions, what's our role, our being the people in this room, I suppose, what's our role in addressing child poverty?
Right, okay.
And for us that raised quite a number of questions around, do we have a role in addressing child poverty? Or is the arts better used to address the symptoms of child poverty? You know, I often say that I'm lucky in the job that I do because having been a teacher long ago, my days now are filled with walking into rooms full of happy, smiling children and young people. And I think, above all, we all want for children and young people, be they our own children or somebody else's children, we want them to be happy. Yeah. You know, and actually...
It's the essence of everything, isn't it?
Yeah. So you know, what are the symptoms of child poverty, and how perhaps can we address those through arts and culture? Although that wasn't the question, do we have a role in addressing it in the first place? Yeah. And then if we get to 5 questions, the 5th question was, what can we do for younger children and families, 0 to 12-ish?
So starting right in the very early days.
Yes.
Right before there's any kind of preconceptions about anything. Yeah. What can we do for those?
And I think that's interesting because a lot of the talk today has been about young people.
Yeah.
Accessing opportunities, either by being signposts or referred or independently. Yeah. And I think a lot of work that's happening at local authority level now is about how do we actually support the whole family. Yeah. From before a child is born, actually. You know, the lovely books for baby schemes, that kind of thing. So what is our role, the people in this room, working in partnership? You know, what can we do to support that agenda that actually exists already quite clearly?
Yeah. So we have our 5 questions. We have an hour. And that hour starts at, I believe it's about 2:25. That's going to start. So how is it going to work? Are you going to ask a question and then it's debated with people online and also in this room? Are we taking one at a time, or are we putting the whole 5 up and then getting?
We're going to take one at a time in the order that I've just told you them. The online audience may get a bit of repetition because we'll present the question and Catherine and I may provide a little bit of context about why we selected the question and what we think.
Great, yeah.
And then hopefully we get lots of debate and dialogue from the delegates here and from the people online.
Yeah, it's been coming in, Derry. I tell you, Siobhan has been working her fingers to the bone in sending us all of the social media participation that's been coming in from the online folks, and that's been brilliant because today's been all about engagement, not only just the people in this room, but the people that are out on their device. I've had one person that was on a bus and still hearing us.
I know who that person was. I've been looking at Twitter.
Which is brilliant. And I think, I mean, from what I've seen about this project as well, 2 years of work with these 5 organisations, when I went to the briefing days, I just couldn't get over just how much sharing and collaboration there was. It was just phenomenal to have the different organisations all working together as one. That was just brilliant. Yeah. And I think the last thing that Chris was referring to with his the toolkit, that's an amazing document. It's got about 30 plus pages, rammed, stacked full of great information. So that's something, and that's the essence. And if we get more conversation, more tweets coming down, it just broadens that rich experience.
Yeah, and I think, sharing the learning more widely and being quite open source about it is a value that all of the Bridge organisations share, not just the 5 that have been involved in Strong Voices, but the 10 Bridge organisations that cover the whole of England. And I think we shouldn't keep reinventing the wheel when actually we should learn from each other and then build on that learning rather than start again.
Yeah, no, that's brilliant. Yeah. It's brilliant. So a Bridge organisation, if you had to kind of just describe it in a nutshell, how would you describe it to somebody that isn't immersed in in this particular world? How does a bridge organisation work?
I suppose literally, if you use the metaphor of a bridge, we bridge the two worlds of education and informal learning and arts and culture, and on that bridge is a bridge between the language that we use that can be quite different, helping to connect the two sectors together, and all with the view to increasing and improving opportunities for children and young people to access arts and culture.
Brilliant. And Derry, if anybody wants to get hold of you, is that okay?
Yeah,
if they've got questions for you, how should they contact you?
Well, if you Google me and add the name Curious Minds, I'm sure you'll find a way.
Brilliant.
But I'm also at Curious Derry B.
Right, brilliant. Derry, thank you for your time.
Okay.
I know you've got so much on. You've got the debate to do as well.
Yeah.
So thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Thank you.
And I'm just, whilst Derry makes her way to her next set of duties in getting the debate ready, we've got Jenny. I hope it's Jenny. It is Jenny, isn't it? Right, brilliant. Okay, so I'll just give you a microphone so everybody can hear you, but these guys can't hear you because we're not talking to them. We're just talking purely to the online guys.
Brilliant.
Now, you've just led a session on progression.
Yeah.
Now, that session was one clearly that wasn't streamed, so, but it was recorded. It will be made available as part of this whole package of great things that have come out from today. How did it go? What is progression actually? Well, how did it go first?
It went really well, yeah. We had a lovely group of people. There were people from lots of different sectors in the room, and we had a combination of explaining what we've done as part of Strong Voices, and also people getting involved and bringing their expertise and knowledge to the space as well.
Brilliant. So you had enough people?
Yeah, loads packed actually, yeah.
Now, you were telling me yesterday, about this, a continuum almost, where you either agreed with an issue or you disagreed, but you couldn't hide in the middle, could you? You wanted people to go to one end or the other. Did that work, or did people cluster in the middle? Or did you not even do the activity?
My colleague Dawn, she delivered the activity, and so that was very much about something, some training we've recently been on ourselves about philosophical inquiry.
Yeah.
And it was providing people with the space to with their bodies show where they stood on that continuum. So we asked them a question, and the question was, do you find it helpful how we have defined progression?
Right,
and so
okay.
at the start of the session we defined what progression was,
Yeah.
and then they needed to give us their opinion. So we had quite a lot of people on the agree.
Yeah.
Nobody was on the strongly agree. So
Right,
what we
okay.
asked a person to do was imagine they did strongly agree. They sat on
Yeah.
a chair and had to give a very strong argument for
I
why
like
it wasn't
it.
helpful.
That's nice.
Why it wasn't a helpful definition.
So how did you define progression?
So because we're aware that there's loads of different types of definitions in
Yeah.
lots of different sectors, we did some research beforehand, but
Yeah.
the term of the definition that we used of progression for the actual session was one that was used by Strong Voices in the North East.
Right,
And
okay.
Um,
we defined it as the steps a young person can take or is supported to take to fulfil their progression.
Right.
And it's not to say that that's the right definition, it's just one we use to help anchor all of our work.
Right.
And so the continuum was about people agreeing or not agreeing with that definition and providing some
okay.
insight into why they had
Yeah.
agreed or disagreed.
Okay. And what came out of it?
What came out of
Well, not
that,
to give too much away, because we obviously want you to watch the recorded content as well, but can you give us a little taster of what the key highlights were?
What came out of that is in the definition we'd put support a young person to achieve their full potential.
Yeah.
And one of the agreeers said they agreed with the definition, but can anybody ever achieve their full potential?
Okay.
And are we
Yeah,
all not in a
interesting.
position whereby we can always do something else to
Yeah.
achieve that full potential?
Yeah.
The agreeers said they felt that it was important because we put steps somebody can take or be supported to take, so that it wasn't just about the young person doing it in isolation with no
Yeah.
support. And then the person who sat in the disagreeer chair said that actually steps can come across as meaning a linear line, whereas progression can be like a map.
Right, okay.
And is steps a useful word to use? So the disagreeer was
okay.
specifically picking up on the word steps that we used.
All right, okay. So was it did you find that the session took a different direction from one that you might have imagined when you went in to start off?
What we wanted to do very much is kind of open the conversation and
Yeah.
for people to be curious about what we'd done, but also we needed to be curious about what their opinions were. So after we'd done the continuum, we shared with them the impact of making progression a deliberate consideration and what that looks like, and we gave an example.
Right.
And then we were asked people to break into different groups to consider, well, if somebody's making this a deliberate consideration, what does that mean for the sector, for the organisation, for a practitioner and for the young person? And a lot of insight came along, and I've got some, if that would be helpful.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, please.
So we asked people to
Look at this, you get gifts as well. You don't even ask for these things and they come out. It's fantastic, Jenny.
We asked people to complete luggage labels, which was something that they would take away from the session. So I've just brought a few up with me.
Excellent.
So someone said to observe how having the notion of progression as a present concern affects the planning and delivery of the activity. Another person said to place a greater emphasis on sharing the journey of progression with the young person who should be at the heart of the conversation.
Well, that's interesting because the young person being at the heart was one of the key things that was coming out from the workshop here.
Right, brilliant.
And it was all about diversity in the workplace and diversifying your workforce, rather. And basically, we just found out that the employer might look from a perspective, but where would the young person be and how could they be central to the whole thing? And of course they are, so this is great. So, have you had a cup of tea yet? Do you need to go and grab a break?
I would love to go and grab a cup of tea. I'm a big fan of tea, so if I can grab
Jenny,
a cup of that would be lovely.
so
Thank
much.
you.
That is brilliant. So there we are. That was Jenny Young. She just led the seminar on progression. The room, as you might hear with the ambient noise, is beginning to fill up again. There are people with cups and saucers and things, so they're all getting they're all having their refreshment break. But we're still hard at it. We're still making sure that you're absolutely going nowhere this afternoon, that you are staying with us. I'm looking at Siobhan. I'm wondering if she's had some more tweets come in. Any other comments? Anyone that we can say hello to just before we flick over to the next session? Oh, there's a whole sheet. So let's just have a look. Martin Wilson, thank you very much for your comment. Impressed by how well the polling included the live and the online audience. Well, that's always good to know as well. And we want to continue this work of making sure that you are integrated into this whole experience. That's what it's all been about. So we have a room here in Gateshead of about 90 odd people, and you are adding to that breadth and that real, adding to the conversation and to the richness of what's coming through. There's been some fantastic insights coming out, asking you guys to send a tweet in or to take part and to be with us. Brilliant to have you on the journey, and thanks for all your support, because I think that has been the essence of what we've been doing with with this whole project over the last 2 years. It's a bit of a sad day, I think, for a number of the people in the organisation, because the 5 partner companies, the 5 organisations, which I've got over to my side here, Sage Gateshead, Curious Minds, A New Direction, Artswork and Cape UK, who are just down the road in Leeds. Basically, they've all come together. They've all been working crazily for the last 2 years to really work out what more can be done for this whole issue around vulnerable and disadvantaged people and access to the arts and the culture world, and how that can be made much richer. So keep sending your tweets in, keep thinking about the questions. I'm getting a time signal. I think we're about to go live in a moment, so I'm going to stop now and just hand across to the main speaker of the afternoon, who is about to be introduced by Derry.
Hello everybody, welcome back. Glad to see the room still as full now as it was this morning. In fact, I think I can see some new faces. Can I just refer you and remind you about the debate questions? please do think about how you might address each of them, possibly in order, because we will be treating them in order. And if you've got any comments to make or any questions that come off the back of the questions that are listed on the PowerPoint slide here, please do hold them, perhaps write them down, and we do want to create as much debate this afternoon as possible. It's really about handing the floor over to you. But before that, I'd like to introduce Pat Cochrane, a Bridge colleague of mine who I find incredibly inspirational as well. We're just packed with inspiration, Bridge organisations. Pat Cochrane is Chief Executive of CAPE UK, the Bridge in Yorkshire and Humber. And Pat has a long track record of supporting action research programmes. And alongside Yvette, can I just read this so that I don't miss anything out? Alongside Yvette, Pat has worked with regional coordinators to help frame reflection and draw together learning from each of the regions. Both of them have got a wealth of insights about the challenges of implementing an action research influenced approach across multiple and complex partnerships, and actually that has probably been the biggest challenge for us all. We're quite spread apart, so it'd be interesting to hear what Pat and Yvette found about the complexities and the challenges of working in that way. Both of them are highly experienced in embedding reflective practice in project design and supporting practitioners to reflect on and analyse their work. And I think Pat's presentation is going to take you through the approach that we embedded in Strong Voices right from the start in order to draw out the learning and take an exploratory approach, I couldn't say that word then, exploratory approach right from the very start. So they've been absolutely integral to the whole process, and I can't wait to hear what Pat and Yvette found out together. Yvette's over there, if you want to stand up, Yvette, and introduce yourself, because I believe that you have played a very key role. Pat Cochrane.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. Trying to be inspiring on a Friday afternoon is an interesting challenge. Strong Voices. You've all had an opportunity so far today to dip into aspects of the Strong Voices programme. And I've got the task of explaining some of how we analysed and worked with partners to draw out the learning, really. And like other speakers, I want to emphasise that Strong Voices is building on an incredibly rich tradition of work with vulnerable and disadvantaged young people in this country through the arts. This is not a new area of work, and I'm sure we've got people in the room who've got years of expertise in this work. So we recognise that, but we are working in a different context. And so when we put this big bid in and, rushed to get the bid to the DFE, and it was highly competitive, we made the decision that we didn't need to do an evaluation as such. We didn't need to get another evaluation report on the pile of evaluation reports that probably exist up and down the country about the difference the arts can make to the lives of vulnerable children and young people. What we wanted to do was to get underneath the processes. We wanted to really understand what was happening and what was happening in a new context. So what is action research? This is going to sound very simple to those of you that have been involved in it, and the reality is that one has to have some rather simple scaffolding structures, but what's going on is really messy. And what we're trying to do is make sense of all the huge complexity of the work that we're doing. And for us, for Yvette and myself, working on the action research, it was an incredible privilege to see what was going on across the country, because there were hundreds of practitioners involved in 5 regions, I think probably about 60 locations, thousands of young people, and so all that you've seen is a tiny little dip into it. So, at its simplest, action research is about having a question, having something you want to inquire about, planning how you might have an impact on that, carrying it out, and then, which I think is the thing that those of us in the arts and cultural sector tend not to devote quite enough time to, is to reflect, assess, and go back into the cycle. So we wanted to do a really deep dive into the practice in order to get cycles of reflection going on. And this morning you've had opportunities to look at that. Now you've already seen this diagram looking slightly different. Programme at the middle, translate that into young people. So right across the programme, different regions were focusing on the needs, the specific needs of different groups of young people. But we were immediately hit with the fact that in order to get funding from the Department for Education, you have to say that you're going to hit all sorts of targets, very ambitious targets. You have to report on those targets regularly. You have your own organisational agendas, so it might be my agenda in my organisation to work with vulnerable young people, but somebody else's agenda is to get as many young people or get as many people into the building as possible. So every single partner that was involved in the programme was navigating multiple complexities. And one of the big challenges that we had is that nothing stood still, because we all know that in the last few years we've been working in a time of austerity, cuts, reorganisation, changes to structures and systems which seem to come hard and fast on us. And in this programme we were dependent, we really needed to be working with the same people, because you can't grow knowledge, you can't grow an understanding of practice if the people that you're talking to change all the time. So it was very challenging. So here we have it. Terribly simple, isn't it? Think of an inquiry question. Not so simple. So what is it in my practice? I'm going to run this particular piece of work. I'm going to think about what I want to achieve. But what am I trying to find out by doing this particular intervention? So finding the inquiry question, deciding what it is, narrowing it down into what you really want to find out is quite challenging. Especially in my experience in arts programmes, because arts and cultural programmes, we're kind of geared up to getting on with the work, making something happen, making an intervention, producing something exciting. So what did we do? We flipped the format of nearly all of our work. So there were 5 regions working on this programme, and we met across the country in regional teams. So we had a day every quarter to reflect on what we were doing, a planning day. My experience of those kinds of meetings is usually that you come along, you have a discussion, you talk about targets, you talk about where you've got to the targets, you sort of compete with each other about how good your work is and what intervention you've made, but you don't often manage to have a rich conversation. So what we as a consortium decided to do was to take all the logistics as far as possible out of those regional meetings, and when we had those precious days together, to reflect on what was really going on in the practice. And I've been in discussions this morning about how valuable that's been. We definitely found it incredibly refreshing to be having conversations about the practice itself. So we met quarterly, and in those quarterly sessions, what Yvette and I tried to do was to model some of the processes of action research. So how do you decide what your priority is? How do you focus in on a question? Once you've focused in on a question, what are you going to do, and how are you going to know that you've made a difference? What kind of evidence are you going to be able to collect? And then as the programme went on, we pulled back to what we call the through line. So we kept trying to come back to, so are we really making a difference? Are we really still focusing on what it is that we decided we wanted to focus on? Does that make sense? Sometimes when you get involved in a project, you start with this objective at the beginning and you end up way over there, and you have to have a little bit of reflection to say, actually, we were trying to do this, but now we're doing that. So where do we want to put our energies? What the regions then did is they went back to their areas, decided what to do, implemented it, developed all sorts of rich ways of encouraging reflective practice. So people were talking to each other using YouTube, they were phoning each other, they were gathering together in meetings, having reflective sessions. And we, between those sessions, mainly I have to say that, had phone calls, talked to the regional coordinators, supported them in the process of reflection that they were going through. So it was an iterative process that went on through the 2 years. So just a tiny model. We'd spend a session talking about what makes a good inquiry question. Well, it's actually got to be a question. That sounds obvious, but a lot of times people aren't genuinely asking a question. It's got to be appropriate. So don't let's say that we can change the whole world in a 2-year programme with limited resources. What can we really have an impact on? And it's got to be something that's going to interest and excite us, excite the sector as a whole. What difference would it make? So say I'm working in the museum sector and I'm doing some really interesting work. Is it something that will interest other people in the sector? Is it potentially going to have some impact? Now, just for a moment, I'd like you to reflect on today what your key questions are. You've had those ones, but do you actually ever have space within your practice to pause and reflect? And those of us that are in the online audience, just think about how much time in the last week have you given yourself to reflect on what you're doing? It's hard, isn't it? So what we found, I'm aware of time, and I know you want to get onto the big questions. What we found is that you did have to have a rigour and a discipline to make yourself come back to that, because otherwise it's just too easy to get on to the next process. Our key finding that's come out, which I think resonates with lots of people who've been involved with creative partnerships, is that what we were trying to do was bring together two different worlds, and again I'm oversimplifying because there were all sorts of different worlds coming together, but basically we were bringing together sets of people whose main focus was arts and culture, with sets of people whose main focus was driven by youth and community practice. And this is a really extreme end of the continuum that I'm modelling up here, but we found all over the regions that similar things were going on. So that the youth work orientation tended to focus on enabling young people to make small steps to improve their lives, to improve their ability to function in the real world. And so for somebody from a youth and community background, you know, using the bus to get to a session could have been a real triumph. Whereas from the arts and cultural sector, there tends to be much more of a focus on a product, the need to attend consistently to achieve an outcome. The skill of the arts practitioner tends to be in the art form, the skill of the youth practitioner tends to be in understanding the dynamics and the ways in which young people, vulnerable young people, need support. And what in the 42nd Street presentation, there was quite a clear statement about we don't want to turn cultural practitioners into youth workers, nor do we want to turn youth workers into arts and cultural practitioners. What we want to do is to create a space where there's a shared language, and we're navigating and creating new shared understandings. And I think that goes back to something Catherine said. And that's much harder than I think any of us ever anticipated. And I thought there was a lovely comment quite early on in our gatherings about Strong Voices, where in the Northwest there was this finding that the youth and community sector were completely fed up with arts and cultural organisations turning up, having got some money from a trust to work with marginalised young people, turning up at an organisation saying, we've got money to work with your kids. It didn't go down well. So the challenge in all this work is to create the partnerships. And I think the big challenge for us as a sector, and I know it was one of the questions up there, is how we grow that community of practice, because it's a community of practice of practitioners in the cultural sector, but also practitioners that are focused on youth and community. And how do we get a shared dialogue? Now, I know that there are national programmes working on this now, so the Paul Hamlin Arts Work programme, there's a programme Tate Liverpool and Tate and Whitworth are involved in. But we have to somehow grow the practice in a significant way. And I firmly believe that the only way that we can do that is by drawing people together and creating spaces for people to have genuine dialogue. So what did we find the key ingredients were? And sorry, this is your bullet-pointed list, but I want to draw your attention to the one in the middle, because that's come through over and over again. And I think the most critical thing for effective action research and reflective practice to take place, which is collaborative, is that it's not competitive, that there really is a climate of trust developed where people can explore what they think is working without it sounding like they're bragging, and what they think isn't working without feeling that they're exposing their vulnerabilities. We really have to have a climate of open conversation and exploration. And in order to have that, we have to consciously create that. What we found in managing the programme, leading the action research dynamic nationally, was that some organisations were far more ready to open up to this particular approach because they already had a culture of reflection and review and inquiry. And others were in different space and were quite understandably, because of the pressures that we're all under, were in a space where actually the outputs are the most important thing. I've got to hit that target. And we did find it in the programme. We found that we had to really be careful about getting that balance right, because there were times when Katie, who hasn't been profiled enough at this conference, who handled all the monitoring side and the links with DFE, would get back to us saying, I need to know this piece of data, I need to know these outputs. And anybody who's managing an output-related project has a challenge in terms of keeping that space for reflection, but it's terribly important. So I knew that I was coming on at the last bit and you wouldn't be able to add questions onto the list, so I've pre-prepared a couple of questions in Blue Peter style. And my big question is, to what extent can you be genuinely reflective in a short-term output-related programme of funding? And we've tried really hard to do that. We seem to be destined to work within short-term funding in the long term, and we've got to work out ways of building a culture and a community that can ride that out so that we're not constantly flipping into a new project. And then I think it's one of the questions that came up as well, is how within a sector where people tend to be working on short-term contracts as well, there isn't that much continuity of employment, How can we genuinely build knowledge so that we're growing a really genuine community of practice? But finally, and I didn't put this up here because this has come to me during the day, is that we have got all this evidence about what works and what works with children and young people, how engagement with arts and culture, with museums, with heritage and so on transforms young people's lives. But we still seem to have to start the conversation right at the beginning when we go to talk to people from different sectors. So, for example, I've been in discussion with commissioners in a large local authority around a youth at risk programme, and they're keen to integrate the arts. But I'm convinced that what we're talking about are short-term activities to keep young people occupied, rather than the kind of deep learning programs that we know can make a difference. So what can we do? And I think we've managed to do quite a lot of this within Strong Voices, but there's still work to be done. What can we do to produce strong enough evidence to make people understand what it is that makes a difference, so that we're not always having to have the same discussion? So there's a challenge. And I've got a question for those members of the audience who are commissioners, because I would like to know whether what we're arguing is actually possible within a commissioning environment, or whether the priority is so much about having to deliver to challenging targets in a cost-effective way that creating space for reflection and time and growing knowledge and understanding just is going to be really difficult to fund and resource. So if there are any commissioners in the room or in the audience, I'd be really interested to know what your answer to that one is. So I've overgone my time, and I'm going to pass over to Derry, and I think Catherine's coming up to chair the discussion. I hope you've had a really good day, and the day isn't yet over. I just want to finish off by reiterating what an absolute privilege it has been to work with the regional partners and to dip into some of the practice in the localities, because it has been absolutely outstanding.
Thanks, Pat. Testing 1, 2, 3. Oh yes, it's working. I'm just testing. So Catherine and I have selected, well, there's a pile that's more than 5 actually, but we suspect some of them came from the same person, and actually we're asking a similar thing. So the questions are on there in their entirety. If we don't have time to get through all 5, then we're going to extend the debate online that can carry on beyond the conference over the next days, weeks, months, years, we hope, taking a lead from Pat, wherever she's gone, in terms of trying to create a sense of community of practice. It seems that we've hit on something with the online thing. Okay, so we'll go through the questions one by one, starting with the top question. We have listed the questions as best we can verbatim, but the one that has a pile of 3 we've abbreviated, so I'll try and explain where the context came from. So first of all, this actually I think leads nicely from what Pat was saying. How do we stop losing experiences and knowledge, I suppose the kind of experiences and knowledge gained through programmes like Strong Voices, long known truths resurfacing as new discoveries in youth engagement? That was asked actually by an online participant from Voluntary Arts Southwest, based in Bristol. I hope they don't mind me naming them, but we thought it was a really interesting question, and I think something that a lot of people raise all the time is this issue of nothing's really that new, is it? As Catherine said right at the start of the day, what's new is the context that we're all working in and the context that children and young people are now living in. That changes and will continue to change. But actually, the practice pretty much, you know, we can go back 20, 30, 40, probably 100 years and identify good practice. So how do we stop losing that? We can hand it over to the floor, or we can be interested in what Catherine thinks about that.
What I think is that there is a danger, it's a paradox actually, I think, of the internet and the way that we share information and we share learning. There's almost a danger that because it's easier in theory to share knowledge or to share information anyway, we actually process it less effectively because we spend less time reflecting on it. It's going back to Pat's point about the time and space to reflect. So there's a danger of kind of collecting stories and case studies and references and then not living with them and engaging with them in a dynamic way. I mean, I don't know, you know, I have so many piles of paper that are papers from conferences I have attended that are filled with my excited scribbles about all the brilliant things that I've learned and all the people that I want to follow up on and all the new ideas that I want to take on. But then I don't really do it. And so that information doesn't become knowledge for me. And then I lose the thread. And then that whole kind of potential for transformation recedes a little bit. So I think that we could find, I think it would be very interesting to find a way of capturing insight and sharing insight more strategically and systematically between people that have common interest in improving particular kinds of practice or investigating particular questions. And I think it is absolutely about Pat's time and space point. It's really difficult to do it without time and space. But I think we have to tell stories. I think we have to take the time to tell the story about the practitioner of the past or the project next door or the thing that we've seen that is really good, instead of just telling the story about our own work, because that way we're kind of deriving it through the system perhaps a bit more systematically. But we want to hear what you think about that. We are capable of sitting here in silence for quite a long time.
Can you just,
microphone.
Yeah, can we just wait for the mic, just to remind you, so the online audience can hear the debate?
I recently read a report that it really chimed with me what you're saying about your reports stacking up, and each time it feels like a revelation, and a couple of months down the line you've forgotten what that revelation was that you were so excited about. But a really good report came out recently. This isn't an answer to that question by any means, but that came out of King's College, and it was looking back over, I think it was 60 years. It was looking back since really the advent of arts in education, and it was speaking to sort of key visionaries down the years, and a lot of it was anecdotal, but it was addressing precisely that, this kind of cyclical nature and the way the pendulum swings from one extreme to the other, and that we think and that we're regularly reinventing the wheel and so on. But what was really helpful, it was a really, really accessible report. It was written in a very accessible way, and it had just very, very succinct. This isn't a way of sharing it widely, but it was just drawn to my attention, the particular report. But the way in which it was structured had some very succinct points highlighted right at the outset to say, we've done a kind of a survey over however many decades, and this is what's emerged. So that at various, it's just a useful thing, I think, at various points to have that very long-term reflection, you know, sort of on a macro kind of scale, as opposed to just within individual projects, because it helped to highlight, for instance, that a lot of the progress that might have been that we perhaps assumed was being made in reaching, diversifying young people's the young types of young people engaged with the arts was not being made, and that a lot of that had rested in the assumption that the school was the key influencer as opposed to the family, and that so much more work needed with families because that's where the most progress was like to be made. So it was just, that came through as a very salient point. So that was helpful anyway, doing that longer term kind of thing and bringing that back to light.
Thank you. Does anybody have anything else to say? Because I live... Oh, right, okay.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a really small observation, which I'll be interested in other reflections on. One, what attracts me to working in this sector is the values and the quality that we attend to. I find it really nourishing and I'm grateful for it. I do wonder sometimes whether we forget to tell everybody else. And I think we're really good at collecting information and demonstrating impact, but then we talk to ourselves. And I sometimes think actually what we need to be better at is marketing, storytelling, and actually I've read lots of reports that tell me this is a percentage of people, but what I don't see enough of is this teacher in this school did this amazing piece of work, and as a result of their intervention, really, the human stories that we have are really powerful, and I don't think we share them enough.
Okay, can I add on to that? I think that's really true, but also I find that often learning is even if it's collective learning, collaborative learning, it's often processed individually. So you can have things happen 1,000, 1,000,000 times, but until it actually happens to you or your organisation, it doesn't actually get processed into real learning that has major impacts. That's what I often find.
I just wanted to mention another practical tool, the project that they mentioned earlier, the Paul Hamlin Foundation Project Circuit, which a number of organisations, cultural organisations are involved in. They have a communal WordPress site which essentially appears like a website where everyone who's part of that national project has access to, and there's no kind of cumbersome editorial process. They can literally use it as a kind of repository for for media content, for reflections, for storytelling, and I think we've all found that, I'm a researcher on the project, but I found that a really useful site and space for capturing ongoing learning, and hopefully that will then provide a legacy of learning for the projects. It's just another, it's Circuit and Tate. If you Google that, you
It would
probably
be
find
really
it.
helpful if before you go you could perhaps pass the links on to Becky and to the King's College report so that we can share them widely amongst the delegates here today, but also online if that's if people would find that helpful. Thank you for that.
I think is it me? It's me. I'd just like to pick up on what Andrew said because I think it's incredibly true. And if he hadn't said it, I was going to. I mean, the NHS has done studies on how people learn and how you can build practice. And they discovered exactly the same thing, that unless people learn things for themselves, it is quite difficult to change the way things work. So what does that mean for our expectations of the knowledge that we have within the work that we do, given we're all engaged in learning? Are we actually trying to do, is this question trying to solve the right problem? Is there a different way of looking at this that might actually recognise and respect the fact, and I think it is a fact, that people have to process stuff themselves? It's just a thought. I don't know the answer.
I think just to add to that, really, it's just finding an opportunities as quickly as possible to put those experiences and knowledge back into practice.
I wonder if sometimes we're driven, aren't we, by funders who constantly ask us for something new. So it's almost, and I agree fully with what Virginia and Andrew said about the personal experience, but also sometimes we're forced to reinvent something, and we know we're reinventing something in a new guise just because the funder wants something brand new. And I wonder if there's something we can do to encourage funders not to constantly request brand new stuff, but actually to recognise that we're only ever recycling ideas and presenting them in different contexts, and not putting pressure on people to do anything but that, because that's the healthiest way of doing things. Building on learning rather than trying to say that we're going to learn from brand new. And I think we tried very hard, didn't we, right at the start of Strong Voices, to acknowledge that the amount of activity that's happening across the country. You know, Strong Voices is just a snippet of it, but how can we build on what we all already knew and had learned?
So we got some comments that have come in from the online folks. Juice Festival in North East. We need to capture and share insight more effectively, tell stories about other people's work as well as our own to improve. Now, that to me sounds really good idea, because I think sometimes we do our own thing, but we don't always share other people's stories. So I think that adds into the point.
Yeah, really good point. And I think in the arts sector, and actually in the youth sector too, I think we're probably two of the most open source sectors, aren't we? You know, we don't tend to want to hold everything and keep it to ourselves. We do want to share. So perhaps it is this thing about, you know, how do we create a community of practice that enables us to recycle more proactively and explicitly. Yeah.
Can I just add a thought? People who work with me have probably heard me say this about 73 times since I heard it, which is a slightly different take on the thing, which is a remark made by Sue Hoyle, who runs the Core Leadership Programme. And she was talking about how to have an impact and how to make change and how to behave in a transformational way. And she said it's possible to make anything in the world happen at all, provided you don't care who gets the credit. And I think that's a very powerful idea, which I've been thinking about ever since I heard her say it, because sometimes I think, well, speaking for myself, sometimes the sense of frustration or the sense of irritation that something is being presented as new when in fact, you know, we were doing it 100 years ago and you hadn't even been born and all that. You know, it's actually egotistical. It's not really about advancement of the practice. It's why don't they acknowledge that organization who were so fantastic, who did that thing 30 years ago, and why have they been forgotten? Sometimes it's not like that, but I think it is true that sometimes it is. And particularly in an era of competition and a sense of stress around funding and institutions feeling that they need to mark themselves out with a very distinctive USP in order to sustain or secure their funding. There's a paradoxical pressure placed to say, I thought of this is my idea, give me the money, you know, it's really, really good. And that goes against the natural flow of knowledge sort of becoming open source by its own account. And, you know, as in folk song, you know, the composer's name falls away after a couple of centuries, and you just sing the song anyway, if it's a good song. So I think we need to kind of balance that as well, is we want, I would say, we want knowledge and wisdom and insight to circulate so we do our work better. And if it can be attributed in ways that help, great. But actually, if it isn't, maybe that doesn't matter so much either.
Thank you. I have the,
you
I have
the
the
machine.
dipper. Okay, so this is a question that we paraphrase. So if you don't mind, I'm going to read the 3 post-it notes that actually helped us to paraphrase the question that's in front of you. Who decides what art and what do we mean by quality? Please don't sigh. I know it's a debate that's gone on forever, but just to provide some context. One of them said, how can we get the highest quality art in everyone's hands? Remember the power of the panto? I remember the power of the panto, being a veteran Blackpool Children's Pantomime member for 10 years. And how can we balance doing young people-led work with the need to expand young people's awareness of the full range of arts and culture on offer to them, allowing them to find out about things they don't yet know they could love? They can only think from what they already know when we ask, what would you like to do? So it's this thing about, we only know what we know. So it's that balance of how do we consult young people and ask them what they want to do without being beholden to only giving them what they ask for, I suppose. So the question in front of you can be answered, or you can think about the 3 post-it notes and anything that they presented to you that may be different.
Just one thing, when we were talking about this, we were thinking about, never forget the power of the panto, we were thinking about popular culture, and we were thinking about there is a kind of sometimes a default assumption that engaging people in arts and culture, and it's not just young people, needs to be somehow other than the things that people might actually just want to do. And I think this is kind of an interesting paradox in that, and where we're sort of straddling some bridge between things that are very good for you and things that are really fun, and trying to make one be the other all the time. And maybe we over-control was what we got to. Maybe there's a sense of over-controlling sometimes.
And how far do we equate high art with high quality? And should we be doing that? Because actually my panto experience was, I learned discipline, I learned social skills. It was superb high quality. It was in a professional theatre, working with professional technicians, having the full experience. But it was fairly low art in the scheme of things. So it created some debate between myself and Catherine, and so we thought that it would create a similar kind of debate amongst ourselves.
We hoped.
Yes.
We lived in hope.
Yeah.
Oh. Becky, there's one here as well.
Hello. Sorry, it's Anthony from A New Direction. We've been working on the Strong Voices programme as well. It's one of the questions that's come up with us quite a lot as well. And I think one of the things that we've started to really think about and what we're building up towards is really the idea that asking this question is just important. We know that we're not necessarily going to get the answer. But also recognising that whenever we make decisions, they're not necessarily neutral. So all the decisions that we make and about all the young people that we want to work with, they're never going to be a neutral decision. Somebody's always having to either give over or relinquish power. And the important thing is either deciding, do you do that? Do you let young people decide what they want to do, what kind of cultural activities they want to do? Or do you do that as an organisation and make some decisions for them? And I still don't think there's a wrong or a right way about doing that. The other thing that's probably really interesting is that we know from our research that young people don't really talk about arts and culture. I think people know this generally, but young people talk about creative activities, and actually it's also really important, I think, for us to remember that arts and culture is something we all talk about because we're funded by the Arts Council. But actually young people don't really have a sense of that in their day-to-day lives. It's not how they engage with kind of the creative stuff that they do.
Yeah, when I was involved in directly in youth arts work in a city, Leeds, in the, well, I won't tell you which decade because that would date me, but it seemed to me the critical thing was actually about offering range and choice to young people, and that one of the difficulties at the moment is that there simply isn't, in many places, there isn't range and choice. There's either straightforward responding to what young people want, which is absolutely fine, and some of that might be really high quality, some of it may not be high quality, but there aren't the kind of progression routes that some of the Strong Voices network have been exploring. And by progression routes, I don't mean, start off DJing and end up doing opera, which I think is what some concepts of progression routes are, but that we need to be offering range, choice, complexity, and working out how we can offer that within a particular community. And I had the good chance of hearing Ken Robinson speak yesterday at a memorial lecture for Anna Kraft, who's been very influential in the field of creativity in early years. And he was talking about the need for judgment. That we're always making choices, and I think that ties in with what Anthony was saying, that there's no right or wrong answer to this. It's about making a judgment in the circumstance with a particular group of young people in terms of opening up opportunities to them, for them.
Thanks, Pat.
I think asking young people, consulting with asking what they want to do is great. We start from there, but I think we're forgetting the fact that young people are also very inquisitive. So they don't stay in the same place, and once you begin from a journey, then they will find their own paths, and they'll find new ways, and they'll move on from what they originally started from. I wouldn't worry about the point you start from.
Hello, I'm Jenny. I'm from part of the Strong Voices team. I think something that I personally feel very passionately about is that we should create environments for people to choose not to do something. after they have experienced or accessed doing that. So I did ballet when I was younger. I'm very, very lucky to have a family that could support me to access ballet class. I am not, you would be shocked to find out, a professional ballet dancer. I don't do ballet at all. What's important, I think, is that I had access to a ballet class and that I thought, actually, I don't want to do this anymore. And I made an informed decision to not do ballet anymore. Now, from a programme point of view, that's often quite difficult and challenging because a positive outcome for a project isn't for me to turn around and say, yes, thanks very much, but I will not do ballet ever again. So I appreciate the complexities of that from a programme planning point of view and from an evaluation point of view. But I think we should also be aware and really celebrate the informed choices that our young people make when they say, no, that's not what I want to do, but I have accessed it and I've made an informed choice because of that.
I suppose that comes down to the quality question then, doesn't it? Because for me and in my experience, what worries me is that often it's the poorest children and young people that get the rawest deal. So the kind of community offer that sometimes exists doesn't allow for the progression that could have been available to you, even though you didn't choose to take it.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of, dance is a really good example, I think, because we have young people whose parents can't afford to send them to the private ballet lessons, often swirling around this vortex of provision that doesn't take them anywhere. They can go to the same dance class for months and months and years without improving their skills beyond what that class provides. And I think that's an issue, that the poorest kids get the rawest deal, particularly when it comes to art forms that often, you know, if you want to reach the higher echelons and go to study in a conservatoire, for example, it's unlikely you would ever get that opportunity for all you'd ever done, even if you'd done it for years and years, is attend a community dance class.
Yeah, absolutely, I agree. And I think the main thrust of my consideration is around access. It is about first point access to it being a quality experience, and that we have a responsibility to provide access so that a young person can say, brilliant, thanks very much, not for me, but I actually would love to do this other thing that I also have access to over here. And that is the challenge, particularly for those who haven't got that first point access.
Yeah. I think there was somebody behind, Becky.
I'm Steph. I'm from Norfolk and Norwich Festival Bridge, but I'm going to talk on behalf of my other colleagues from the Eastern region, the Royal Opera House Bridge, who have done some really interesting research with young people recently, which you can find on their website, which says very clearly that young people don't think in terms of art form anymore. They muck it all up. They do dance and a bit of ballet and a bit of street, and then they mix it up with a bit of filmmaking, they do a bit of photography, and then they might do some graphic art on the top, and they might do some beatboxing, and it all fits in one thing in their brain. They aren't looking at making decisions about, I'm going to do this, not that. They're making decisions which say, I'm going to do all of it. I'm just going to do a little bit of all of it. And I think for us, especially with some of us who have targets around that are given to us by Arts Council, where things are very, very clearly boxed into particular art forms, it's a real challenge for working with young people at the moment, because their view of what art looks like isn't necessarily ours anymore, and isn't necessarily our funders. And that's an interesting thing. But it's the findings of that consultation with young people. It's called You Ask, We Answer, and it was with the Audience Agency, and you can find it on the Royal Opera House Bridge website. It's there now.
Yeah, we'll send a link to that. I'm sure colleagues in the Royal Opera House will be pleased for us to do that. But it is that, you know, that sense of perhaps young people are carving their own pathways now, and they might not even need us. Wouldn't that be a good situation to be in? Anybody else on this question of quality, perhaps? That's something we haven't addressed. Or is that a debate we don't want to get into?
I'd like to just pick back up off the back of what Steph said. And I've noticed that particularly in discussing this point, we have been talking about young people as if they're a homogenous group who will or won't do this or that, or want to do this or that. And we all know, of course, that as humans, that, you know, they're not any more than we are a homogenous group. But I think I'm just wondering about the whole notion of provision and offer, which is also a language set that I've struggled with for 30 years, because it feels so sort of supermarket-based to me. It feels so consumption-based rather than experience-based and relationship-based. And I wonder if for me, the thing that kind of provides the join between the question of quality and the question of populism and high art and low art and all of those things is about relationship and experience. So if we are facilitating experiences or facilitating relationships in which whoever the people are, young people, staff, older people, whoever we're working with, are able to do what Jenny's done, have an experience of something and have a judgment about that, or do what perhaps the young people who filled in the Royal Opera House survey have done, which is go, I'll have a bit of this and a bit of this and a bit of this, and great, and now I'm going to go do something else. I wonder why we mind, and I think we mind because we have an idea in our mind about progression. I don't think it's really about quality, and I don't think it's really about art. I think what we're really thinking about is what you were saying, is we're thinking about, are we giving somebody the opportunity to grow and develop? And that then you get into the territory of, is it educational, is it developmental, or is it, quote, just fun? So we have these ideas that if something is fun, we might not progress in it. And then what we try and do is make the things that we think will give us the opportunity to progress more fun. And then it all becomes a bit of a mess and a bit of a muddle. But if we think about it the other way around and think, what do these people we happen to be describing as young want to do, and what is interesting and motivating and stimulating and inspiring, and then how do we as people who are not those individuals contribute to that journey? Information, challenge, dialogue, discussion, resources, advocacy, signposting, forgiveness, space, time, all the things that we need as humans to progress. Then I think the choice making and the judgment making really is in the hands of people participating. And so that the debate, going back to the funder point, then the reflection back to the funder is simply about the funding system not being fit for purpose and entirely anachronistic and needing to change. But the evidence base then can come from participants themselves. It was a bit rambling, but it's what I'm thinking in this moment.
Yeah, and I suppose for me, it then brings up the issue of young people who don't always have the self-efficacy to join the things without having somebody behind them
support and guidance.
Support and guidance, which is a whole other debate, I suppose. Thank you. Shall we move on to the next question? Just looking at the time.
Doofer.
Oh, doofer. I shouldn't be left in control of the doofer. Now this, how do young people want to be addressed? This was a debate we had right at the start. For those of you who've been involved with Strong Voices right from the start, I think we spent probably a whole afternoon talking about what do we call young people? Because obviously all the way through the guidance for this funding part, we reflected back the language that the Department for Education used, which was the most disadvantaged and vulnerable young people. Well, actually, are we labelling young people? Are those the right terms to use? In fact, we've continued to use those terms, but for me it doesn't really single out any young person. Show me a young person that isn't vulnerable at some point in their young lives or adolescence. So really it's over to you. How do you, young people in the room, this might be a good one for you. How do we refer to young people without perhaps labelling them or causing more damage through pigeonholing young people into certain types of groups, I suppose? It's a contentious one. It became contentious, if I remember. Kelly, do you have I know that you have a lot to say about this.
I think it's interesting. I think it's a debate that we've had a lot of the time. And I would... My feeling about language and being careful around language is if you intend to offend or belittle someone, you will do that. And if you don't, you must infinitely less likely to do it. I know other people don't like the term disadvantaged, but for me, it's out of all the terms that are thrown around, actually disadvantaged is factual. You are disadvantaged by society. if you say vulnerable, you're talking about the person themselves, and it's a judgment on them and how they are. In some ways, it could be interpreted like that. But I think disadvantaged is all our responsibility. It isn't just the responsibility of one person. I'm disadvantaged by being a woman in some circumstances. You know, we all have disadvantage in different parts of society and different roles that we play. So I think it's acquired this air of being derogatory, and I don't see it as being derogatory. I see it as being factual and all our responsibility. So if it could lose that air, I would be much more comfortable with it. But for me, it feels like the right term, especially when we've talked about social models of disability, for example, as opposed to other models. It'll be interesting to hear what other people have got to say, because it never sits perfectly comfortably. Yeah, does John take on to speak?
Hello, I'm John. Strong voices in 10. What I would say from my experiences in other organizations, as soon as what I would say, don't go in there when you're speaking to these young people with any preconceived ideas. Let them worry about their problems themselves, because if you flag them up straight away, you know, it comes you can sort of sense them from the young person perspective. That's not what you want to hear from, you know. So what I would say is don't have any preconception about the young people before you meet them, because the things that are personal around disability are personal to the young people. It's not for you to worry about, you know. So when you're thinking about employing somebody, don't let them talk to you about things. Don't have any going on. So, thank you anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Did you? Yes, there's one there.
We used to, my experience of trying to interpret how young people want to be addressed and being sensitive to how they might, you know, be insulted by however they were being categorised was we used to run a programme in Birmingham called Gallery 37, and it was a training programme that prioritised bringing young people 16 to 24 to work with professional artists for 4 weeks during the summer, and we prioritised certain groups for access to that programme, but everybody had to come for an interview, and we would we generally had about 100 young people, up to 200 at its peak each summer for 4 weeks. And we would interview them at the outset, and we had to make clear that the context of this interview was not just try and impress us with, you know, your achievements, because we knew that we had priority groups that had to do with, if you've been excluded from school, you're probably likely to be a higher priority. But we would tiptoe around these issues in the interview context, but equally we'd need to make it clear that, you know, those barriers or those challenges that you might have faced might in this instance actually be an advantage for getting onto the programme. So we would be as careful and diplomatic as we could about this, and 9 times out of 10 young people saw straight through it, knew exactly what they were being categorised as, knew what an advantage it served as, and not exploited it exactly, but were quite happy that in this instance, you know, this is just my experience in this particular context, that in this instance, okay, it's working to my advantage, I'll go with that for this particular opportunity that I'm being afforded. So again, it is about not making assumptions in some instances that they'll automatically be hypersensitive to how they're being addressed. And it depends on the context as well as the young person, I think.
Have any Strong Voices colleagues experienced any kickback from young people who may have heard that Strong Voice is about them being disadvantaged and vulnerable?
Some of the young people that I've supported on the work-based learning elements of Strong Voices, we've had to have really tricky conversations, really similar to what you've just described, in terms of if they were to be used as a case study for the Strong Voices programme, what does that mean to them, and how they are then perceived by people that see that information. And it really kind of polarised their responses. I had one young man who didn't want to be associated as being vulnerable or disadvantaged in any way, because he was an artist and very much wanted to be viewed as such, and didn't want to have that kind of label, so to speak, attached to him. But then I had another young person who, on kind of reflecting and taking time to discuss it, saw it as an opportunity for her to be a role model to other young people in a similar situation to the one that she just found herself in. So it can really polarise them, and it really, as you exactly said, it depends on the individual and on their circumstances and how they want to move forward with their career and their lives as to how they do want to be addressed and kind of shouted about, I suppose.
And that goes back to what this young man was saying about don't have any preconceived ideas. Your approach, Holly, was to actually ask them. Yeah.
I just wanted to add something. We at Juice Festival have had a documentary film made of our school's programme last year. And one of the young people from Cedars Academy who took part in a visual arts project and had his work displayed at the Baltic was interviewed for the film. And I just found it interesting what he said in his interview. And I can't get it verbatim, but I'll try my best. It was something like, it's really great and it's really important to show what special needed young people can do with their artwork. And I just wanted to share what he'd said.
In the North East, I think we had a conversation early on about how visible Strong Voices needed to be in the lives of the young people that we had funding to work with, and whether that was needed or not, because there are so many short-term funded projects and programmes whereby there are starts and end points for young people who already have an incredible amount of starts and end points in their lives. Would we need to be another organisation in their life? And we made the decision quite early on that we would largely add value to the organisations who are already working with them, and that the funding wouldn't necessarily need to be hugely visible to the young people. It would be the activity and the programme of work that they would be involved in. And it's not to say that that we haven't addressed the term vulnerable and disadvantaged, but what we've done is we've had that dialogue with the organisations, and we've said, what support do you need to work with young people who have different context in their lives, and how can we support you? But we've been less visible to the young people because they have a lot of organisations and people already in their lives, and we didn't want to just be another one that would come to an end, because I think that happens too often.
Good point. Is there anything coming from our online audience? Shall I move on? No. So this is another biggie. Yes, Catherine's learned that I don't control the diver very well.
I've clicked it.
What's our role in addressing child poverty? And when we read this question, I suppose the first thing we said to each other was, is it our role to address child poverty? Or are we trying to provide activities that will counter the symptoms of child poverty? Because it's a huge ask, isn't it? You know, I think government after government have tried to
address, eradicate child poverty and haven't managed it. So how can us, as mere arts and youth practitioners, try to do the same thing? So a big question, but one that we thought would create some debate.
I guess I'm sharing an example of a project that we've worked on. I work with Helix Arts in Newcastle that was using the arts, I guess, as a tool to try and address that exact question, child poverty. A group of young people worked with live theatre and Children North East, and they stood exactly on that stage that you're sat on to a conference a bit like this with a lot of, it was a big campaigning project for Children North East, so there was a lot of people in the room who were coming from right across the country who had influence in trying to, I don't know if I can use the word eradicate child poverty, but certainly address and change circumstances and how it might, they used theatre, and it was an opportunity for them to voice their thoughts and their feelings on being a young person who was living in poverty. And I think for them, the feedback we got was not only was that a really enjoyable experience, the workshops they had, the way in which the young people who came through Children North East were able to work with young people who were already in a young people's project with live theatre. That was a really exciting and different experience for everybody involved. But to be able to stand on that stage knowing that the people sat in our positions here had some influence and they were able to tell them what they thought and what they thought would be better. I was really inspired, and it's just maybe one way of many. So I just wanted to start it off with something like that.
Thank you.
I just wanted to mention, I suppose we've heard a lot from those involved in Strong Voices, that they've identified kind of poverty of youth provision regionally. So I'm wondering whether the role isn't perhaps how do you address child poverty, but how do you address your role in relation to youth services and the youth sector and support structures for dealing with child poverty. So I just wondered whether there's anyone who's been part of Strong Voices who might be able to speak to that, sort of what is the responsibility of a programme like this to defend, collaborate with the youth sector on a national level to lobby potentially for youth services or potentially replace them where provision is absent.
Anybody from the Strong Voices teams want to address that, Kelly?
I very much agree that one of the things we certainly found in our project is that the cuts to youth services dramatically affect this kind of work, because a lot of arts organisations turn first to youth sector organisations when we're doing this kind of work, because you have to have an existing relationship with the group. We need your expertise to do this kind of work, so we all feel those cuts, I think, and we've definitely felt them through this programme. As Pat alluded to before, people disappearing in the middle of projects really affects the work. It's a huge thing, so I do think we have a role, and I do think we have a role to work much closer together, and how we do that isn't entirely clear, and it's a difficult conversation to have at a time when we know that the youth sector is suffering lots of cuts, but we want to talk to you more, and we don't do that enough. We don't go to each other's events, which is why I'm so pleased that there are people here from the youth sector today. So any suggestions you've got, let's talk more, let's work out how we do this better together. I don't have an answer, but I totally agree that it's incredibly important.
Okay, I've got a comment from the, sorry.
Okay.
Just thought I'd jump in.
Thanks.
From the online about the child poverty, from Di Cumming, child poverty is a political issue. The arts can and should address political issues. So yes, artists and arts organisations can address political issues with their audiences and participants.
Good point. Thank you.
I just wanted to add, because we also worked a lot with youth organisations in London with A New Direction, and we saw a role there very much in bringing them together for the action research, and it really did enable them to focus on professional development. So not only did we offer CPD opportunities, but we also brought people together to talk about the strengths in the arts practice that they were encountering, and also the strengths in the youth sector. And over 2 years, the organizations involved found that their capacity had grown massively, because they were enabling staff who were previously unable to do certain things to manage projects, to learn how budgets work, and to really grapple with issues that perhaps they hadn't as a youth sector. Planning meetings, collaboration, consultation, all of the things that perhaps some of the youth workers we were working with hadn't done before. So giving them those skills enabled them as organizations to do those things in the future. And then another thing just to signpost is the research that A&D has done into child poverty and young people on free school meals specifically has shown that young people on free school meals are less likely to engage in arts and culture. So that is something that we should all be aware of and addressing.
Naturally, a lot of the research is that young people in situations of poverty benefit the most from arts and cultural intervention as well. Sorry, Pat, it was this lady behind you, first of all, sorry, with the mic.
Hi, I'm Ali Walton from Headway Arts. I just wanted to pick up on the idea of poverty, because I think poverty breeds all kinds of other poverty. Poverty of aspiration, poverty of ambition, poverty of choice. And I think what we can do to address that is to do what we do, basically. So offer choice and offer aspiration within our projects. I think we assume as a sector sometimes that art is as important to young people as it is to us. A lot of the young people I work with wouldn't necessarily think that art was something that was really important to their lives, and wouldn't necessarily recognise that art could do anything for them. And that's kind of what I want to throw in there, is that I think having a poverty of aspiration or a poverty of understanding what opportunities can be there is something that we can do, something that we really can act on.
Okay.
I think two things that we know from Find Your Talent and some research that was carried out under the auspices of CCE, that when there's more of an investment in the arts, it's the people who are already doing it and who are already quite privileged that pick it up. And I don't think we did that in Strong Voices, specifically because we worked with youth and community organisations who were embedded in communities, and not just geographic communities, but communities of interest. But I think as a movement, if that's what we're going to become, there is that thing about equity, and people who have access to power will continue having access to power and will go and get what they want for their children. And I think we have got a responsibility. I take the point that, you know, this is in a very complex discussion on what is it that young people want, but I think we have to acknowledge that we are working in a situation where the provision is not equitable. And I just wanted to point to one piece of research that came through some of the work in particularly one particular Strong Voices area, which actually is kind of blindingly obvious but hadn't occurred to me, which is that when cultural organisations do their bookings online, they don't actually have any idea of who it is that's picking up their provision. So that when you start talking to them about diversifying the groups of people that they're working with, they don't actually have the data to know who their audiences are in terms of the kinds of young people that we're talking about. They don't know who they're providing for.
Yes, we need to wrap it up now. Thank you. We're not going to make the last question, but the last question, along with all of the other questions that were in the question box, will be posted on Twitter, or is there somewhere else, Becky, that it's going to be put? Will it be? We'll tweet them, and please continue the debate. The word of the day for me, overridingly, is hope. Thank you, Julie. And I think the level of debate and the level of passion and commitment to this agenda gives us all that thing that it is most in Julie's triangle, which is hope. So thank you. We'll walk away as Strong Voices as a funded programme ends, but certainly I think Pat's right. I think what we need to do now is gather the momentum and create a movement out of this. So thank you for being part of the debate.
So all that's left is to say goodbye. I shall stand up to say goodbye because I'm not very good at sitting down. We've really enjoyed having you here at Sage Gateshead, and we've really enjoyed having you as the guest of the Strong Voices Consortium, and it's been very exciting for those of us who've been embedded in the programme for 2 years, slightly obsessively probably, to share it with other people and get your responses and reactions. And it's been great to have people joining us online and giving us their responses and reactions. And one of the many questions we didn't take out of the box, but that will be shared with you, of course, was the question about short-termism and how do we manage this really unsatisfactory situation of being able to spend a short amount of time investigating and creating something that really just needs to be how life is, that needs to be part of the ordinary flow and churn of how we live in our communities, that arts and cultural experiences are part of the rich mix of what we do to be a community. And so I guess the thought I'd love you to take away is the thought, how do I connect, how do I collaborate, and how do I create in the places that I am, so that the short-termism might be located around this particular funding mechanism and the particular collection of activities that we called Strong Voices, but that there could be nothing short-term at all about what you do in your communities, in your professional communities, and your personal communities, that advances the mission of the work and takes the learnings from the work into new places to do new things, because then it isn't short term if you take it with you and do something with it. Very practically, we'll be making a kind of web portal legacy of all the learnings and the case studies and reports and all kinds of things, which in due course you will be sent links to so that you've got all of that and can access it and share it. But most important is you take it away as a sense of renewed energetic purpose in your own heart to take the work forward in your own place. Thank you. And we have to thank all of the people that are standing at the back of the room who've done a huge variety of things, including the one that's sitting down, which is Katie, there, without whom there would be certainly no conference, and without Katie there would have been no programme either. So let's thank them. And you are now free to go.
Thank you.
So, we're at the end of the journey. We're at the end of the day of the Strong Voices Conference 2015. It's just finished. People have. You heard Catherine say goodbye, but it's goodbye, but it's not forever, because actually we've got your email addresses. Because when you registered, we've got all of those, and we will be sending the material across to you to make sure that you don't miss any of the links, any of the documents. That toolkit that we talked about was absolutely fantastic, so make sure that's on the bottom right of your screen as you look at it, that you absolutely get hold of that as well. The 5 partner organisations that are behind me right now, the Sage Gateshead, Artswork, Cape UK,
Yeah, is that okay? And then,
Curious Minds,
Kelly said you've got loads of really wonderful plans.
and A New Direction, how could I forget them? Basically, they've brought this fantastic project of 2 years in the making to culminate right now. But the work, what will happen is that the conversations can continue on through the email. So any questions, anything like that, then tweet them down. and we will be in touch. So there is an evaluation form right underneath the program, underneath the viewing pane that you're looking at now. Underneath that program, there's an evaluation form. It's a quick survey monkey, and it will take just a few moments, and that's basically to see if you've enjoyed the day. And we really hope you have. And there's been an awful lot of comments coming in from you, so thank you so much for that, because you really have made a difference to the overall richness of today. So as they would say in all the best movies, I guess, it's a wrap. Thank you very much. Goodbye.